Good evening! Tonight, we're continuing into the post-game of Endwalker, starting with 6.2 this time. I believe it starts really early with a dungeon, so if you want to join for that, it might actually be a good idea to make your way to Alpha Light immediately. It takes a little bit longer than like that, but it comes surprisingly quickly, as I recall. It is the first quest. Hey Yumia, hey Matthew, hey Lemon. Hope you're doing well. We in the queue. Exactly, Kwasadi. It's literally like the first quest. It's just when in the quest that it appears. That is the question. The trial is extremely late. It's like in the middle, but I believe like the quests that follow after are surprisingly short. Hey Gilano, how are you doing? Exactly, Lemon. Welcome. Some kid just crashed a drone next to my house. Oh. Well, I guess they won't bother you with the drone for a while. Hey Ryan, how are you doing? Oh dear. We're really pushing it in terms of inventory space, aren't we? Hey Alif, how are you doing? Hey, 55, don't we have gear for that? 59, 60, 60, 60, 60. 57, 57. Oh, there it is. We found a ring. What? Why? Why do I have both? Why do I have these and these? Sell some stuff. Eventually. When we finally finish 6.4, we will have our big summer cleanup of the inventory, if we can last that long, is the plan. Because you don't want this stream to start with me cleaning the inventory. It's gonna take like an hour. Like, I can't remember which expansion where we did it, but there was one expansion where when we finally when we had finished the credits, I spent and like I was like, oh well, when we've watched the credits, we'll do some side quest stuff, and then I started the side quest by cleaning my inventory for an hour, like actually an hour. The reason why Smol Caetsu's inventory always looks like a disaster is simply because it is incredibly boring to watch someone clean their inventory. That is pretty much the reason. It's because it's not very entertaining. Yeah, dungeon. Oh, Ymia says that dungeon is item level 575. Well, we're safe. I think. I'm surprised we're safe. My inventory is a barren wasteland. Because speaking of that, I wonder when I shall do my inventory cleanup. You could do it now. The trial is 585. Oh. well, we'll get to that when we get to the trial. We might be super lucky with gear drops, you know, and then somehow everything's good. If not, then that's when we go and buy equipment. That is the plan. Is why are you in Ratsatan? Because we're starting the quest. That's where the quest starts. Yeah, the quest starts here. Weirdly, hasn't 6.1 to, well, 6.2, 3, and 4, I believe, start right here where we're stationed right now. Only 6.1 starts elsewhere. Ah, excellent timing, Caetsu. Just a moment ago, I received word from the Ironworks. They have completed their task and are on their way with the reinforced warding scales. Similarly, our alchemists have also succeeded in creating an artificial atomos. All is in readiness for our journey to the void. I have instructed our comrades to gather at the Great Work. Let us head there at once. And then we go to the Great Work. But yeah, right, Matthew, when we get to the trial and the game says, oh, you need higher item level, then we go and buy gear, because I want to see how much you need to buy. Like, randomly, because, I mean, if we're lucky with gear drops, then we might not need to buy anything, but aside from this, I want to minimize the amount of gear we buy as we do the MSQ. Then, when we have completed the MSQ, I'll probably fill out the remaining gear slots with crafted gear as I can afford, if we're doing max level content. Because when we complete the story, I'm not sure what we're going to do. Looks nice, Ivir. Isn't that from that 6.2 side quest? Did you not need to complete it? I thought you had to complete the entire Alliance raid, so do that. Oh, nice. There you are, Caetsu. I present to you the fruits of the alchemist's labor, the artificial atomos. Ah! It's from the Four Lords part. Ah, okay. I couldn't remember if there was a specific reward for the Shadows of Mahak part. I believe it has something with paintings? Though we've yet to put it to the proof, its ether is practically identical to that of the original, a truly remarkable feat in so short a time. Aye, our alchemists have outdone themselves yet again. Small wonder that they are the pride of Ratsatan. I would express my gratitude to Nidana, but it appears she isn't here. She rushed off after bringing the Atomos to attend to a pressing task, but said that she would return ere we set forth. Which should be shortly after our friends from the Ironworks arrive with the warding scales. Did someone say warding scales? Because it just so happens we have them. Right on cue. 'Tis good to see you all again. But for the President himself to attend? Keen to bear witness to our little experiment, are you? You know I am. I was there at the Crystal Tower, lest you forget. I wouldn't miss this for the world. You don't mind if we come along and see you off, I hope? It's thanks to these three that we could finish the work so quickly. It was my painstakingly collected data that made the reinforcement possible. The scales will last a good 10 years in the void with nary a hint of degradation. As ones who did the actual reinforcing, we guarantee their quality as well. They'll keep you safe. But enough bragging. Here are the scales. Which hands it to him. Vashan grabs it like this. just drop them into my hand, Wedge. It's fine. Just drop them into my hand. Wedge is like, can't reach. With these, we can search for my sister without fear of corruption. I know not how to repay you. Can we see you off? That's what we requested. Well, my friend, my only regret is that I won't be able to accompany you on this latest grand adventure. Wait! Here's your... Oh lord, you're coming. Nadana, is aught the matter? Before you depart, Your Excellency, there is something we wish to present to you. Will you please come with me? You would not delay us without good cause. Very well. Forgive me, my friends, but I require a moment. He's certainly taking his time. What sort of grand present could take so long to receive? The kind that'll help him in the void, I presume? In that godforsaken place, he'll need all the help he can get, but you of all people ought to know that, eh?
My apologies for keeping you waiting.
Vritra, I presume.
Indeed, this vessel now serves as a host for my eye.
You look different. Is it your hair? New shirt? Did Nirana touch up on your nose? Is that it? Oh, a new body, you say? Right, of course. The whole thing.
I was aware that the alchemists were busy preparing something, but this...
We couldn't well send you on such a perilous mission unprepared, Your Excellency. We spared no effort in crafting the body, and I dare say you'll find it adept at wielding weapons and magics both. 'Twas our intent to present it to you sooner, but we could not bring ourselves to do so, knowing we could yet improve it further. Pray forgive us.
There is naught to forgive. I am grateful for this fine vessel, and shall put it to good use. Again, I ask that you watch over Radzatan in my absence. The dangers we go to face are great and many, and I fear I will be unable to give matters here due attention. And in opening the Void Gate, there is ever risk that Voidsent will find their way into our world.
Rest assured, we are more than prepared. Our soldiers have been training under Master Estinian. On my honor, we will not suffer a single fiend to pass.
There's something I just want to point to bring up. Something that I've heard people complain about multiple times is basically every time there's been MSQ stuff where Nabdeen, this guy, has had any presence in the story at all. People always complain that his face looks ridiculous. I don't think so. I actually think that he looks perfectly fine. I think he looks unique. He probably has a unique face, but it doesn't look weird to me. So I just wanted to bring that up. I thought that it's weird. It's just been on my mind because every time I see him, I can't not think of the people complaining about his face. Yeah, exactly. He looks like an order.
So, think only of your mission, Vashan. Ah, but seeing as this is a different body, perhaps we should use a different name.
Nay, Vashan shall suffice. Though I may have thus grown up, I am as ever a little brother to you all.
Actually, now that I think about it, Matthew had a great idea in the chat. You can call me Smol Caetsu. Ryan says the dark skin and the light order scales look a bit unconventional, perhaps. The thing is that people have not ever complained about his skin color. No one has complained that kind of aura he is. Like, as far as I know, it's only light. Rain aura in Ratsathan. So, like, that part makes sense. The thing that people complain about is specifically his face. Like, the actual face, people say look weird.
As you say, as you say. Go then, Vashan. And best of luck.
Like, something with his face that people talk about. Like, yeah, it looks a little different, yes. But it's more that I don't think players can get that face. I'm pretty sure that's the reality of it all. That is specifically, that is the face for Nabdeen. The face specifically made for Nabdeen. That face.
I have something for you as well.
True, Orion. Good. Unfortunately, players can't have the face. Good. The people that normally would want it don't want it, probably.
While you were gone, Urianger paid us a visit. As you may recall, he joined us on our foray into Arzadar's legacy, in part to conduct research for the Loporrits. Research they were delighted to receive, and which has already inspired them to consider new ways to improve their own treasure vault. As a token of their gratitude, Livingway entrusted a familiar relic to Urianger. Aye, the crystal, which showed the way to Meteon.
Oh, that crystal. I thought they had given us candy for a sec. Like, genuinely, I thought it was like... Fair enough, you stole her.
The Loporrits no longer have need of it, and thus saw fit to return it to us. Harboring the power of light, it could well aid us in our mission in the Void. And who better to bear Hydaelyn's gift than her chosen champion?
If there is nothing left to discuss, then let us depart. Our boat awaits us in Akyali.
Kasani has a good point. I don't believe the crystal has come up in the main quest since. Oh, there's Chilano. I don't think it has come up since. So supposedly the main, like, your characters all have it in like their back pocket. Smol Caetsu doesn't have it. She's already eaten it, given that it was handed to her by a trusted friend, as Orion put it. She's already eaten it. Gave her power. The Deus Ex crystal. Orion said Magni looked much cooler, or the aura from the Dark Knight quest. I suppose so. I think Magni has a unique face. I don't know if the one from the Dark Knight quest line has a unique face. The Satrap and your fellows have already departed for the vault. Are you ready to set forth? Yes. Yes. And here we are. Imagine if you had to run through the entire dungeon every time. Just run through it, I mean.
I shall now lift the seal. In the name of Al-Zadal III, I cast open this door unto the void!
Go. Absorb the Void Gate.
That doesn't look like it could be a bad idea at all. Your artificial Atomos has evolved into a minor disaster.
It worked. We should have no trouble passing through a gate of that size.
What can we expect to find after stepping through?
On my previous foray, I emerged in a castle swarming with void scent. I was hopelessly outnumbered and forced to turn back. But together, I am confident we can hold our own. Upon our arrival, let us deal with any hostile entities and secure the area. The command of our mission, I leave in your capable hands. In the event of battle, I shall adapt my tactics to complement your own.
Should we require healing, I can provide it. 'Twould be a welcome change of pace from my recent havoc wreaking.
Take heart, my friends, and have faith. We will brave this broken world and rescue my sister Ajdaya.
You could call it a fell keep. Ah. It's dungeon time? Yes, it's dungeon time. I think it's really funny that they make it so that That was it. Washan can play as a. Let me just see. Can I even check this? I can. That he can play a gladiator or a satrap as a DPS to make things work if you need it. And sorceress has the conjurer icon. That's pretty funny. Let me just come outside and see who's actually here. Oh, Ryan is here too. I don't know what we do about that. We are 4. Is that all right, Orion? Matthew says, would anyone mind if we run 3 DPS? We could try. I don't know if that will work super well with a Gunbreaker necessarily. I don't know for certain. Still good to see you, Ryan. Not to say that Gunbreaker wouldn't be able to do it, but you also have to remember that I'm not overgearing the dungeon, which tends to be the reason why people can get away with it. Like, if you have the best gear you can get, you're beating the dungeon with like 55 item levels. Man says y'all eating candy in the chat. We were given a giant blue crystal. It has to be candy, right? Warrior would probably work better if you're comfortable with playing Warrior, Ymir. But if we go with a normal setup with healer, 2 DPS and a tank, then you don't have to do that. Yustola gave it to us and said that it was the one with the coordinates for Meteon, which basically means that it serves no purpose now, aside from the Chekhov's gun situation that they wouldn't hand it to us for no reason. And I don't think we've used it in the main quest yet. You haven't played Warrior in 3 months. You know what? It's fine. Should we just go with the team as it is now? I don't think the clear time will be affected much. Like, if Matthew's playing Scholar, you know, Art of War is crazy good. So, it's probably fine. Orion. Late weave inner release and press other buttons. As many as possible inside inner release. Oh, I forgot to change my my portrait again. Click inner release and don't fell cleave. Do not fell cleave. If you fell cleave, it's a DPS loss. Trust me. But fell cleave though. Could you imagine seeing that? A warrior just not using fell cleave during inner release? My chainsaw axe. My brrrr axe. The room axe. I've done this dungeon so many times. It's ridiculous how many times I've done this specific dungeon. I feel like I've done this dungeon way more times than I did Alzadal's Legacy. But if I remember correctly, Alzadal's Legacy was back when there was still like Smileton and Stigmascape, sorry. And Final Days in the roulette, right? Hey Tracy, how are you doing? So back then there was a lot more options. You could randomly get a lot of things. So it wasn't so bad as it is now. Like 4 dungeons randomly is far better than 2. Oh boy. Whoops. Messed up my... I was a little too excited to use that Curse and Torment. This is an interesting fight. I'm specifically... The thing is, I don't really think this fight is super exciting because it's just, it's just a mob rush, right? But placing it as the first boss in a dungeon is actually pretty smart because, some players that are a little too focused on the whole doing your rotation perfectly and all that might actually find this fight really confusing because you're going to be forced to choose between using your cooldowns when you have them or just sitting on all of them so that you can use them together. And if you use them together, then whichever pack you happen to use them on will just explode immediately. Which kind of completely makes it worthless. And that means that you can start this dungeon with messing with everyone's cooldowns, which is interesting in the way that it means that you might have to get acquainted with dealing with your rotation in a more like free-form manner, which some players are not super keen on doing. But I think it's a good thing to have. In this situation, we are very, very strong, and we're not like, we don't have to hurry to kill things. I see things die so fast that there's no reason for me to use things like Lance Charge, so I've just been AoE comboing, right? And that means I can use all the combos, or all the cooldowns when the boss appears. And that's where the fight kind of falls flat a little bit. Because you can just do that, and that completely avoids that issue altogether, right? You can just sit on all your cooldowns until the boss appears, and then you've completely removed that interesting gimmick that I was talking about. Although, as you can see, that was extremely excessive. Orion says, jokes on them, I already used all my cooldowns on the trash packs. That is also a good idea. The thing that I experience typically is that my 2-minute cooldowns are just about to be ready when you enter the boss room. But that is why I have complimented that fight, is that it puts some players in a slightly awkward position because they both want to, if they have a DPS meter, for instance, they will feel compelled to use their cooldowns for damage reasons, but if they do that, then it's going to mess with their cooldowns because you're a samurai, you use Mirare Setsugeka, or you use, your a single step of your or you use your 2-Zen finisher, and then maybe you go ahead and use your follow-up Suramagaishi, but then the mobs die, and you're standing there with like 5 other cooldowns that you just can't use. And now things are going to get all weird for the rest of the dungeon. Lemon says, my friends actually pronounce my name Lehman to be cheeky. Lehman. It could be worse. When I raided in World of Warcraft a long time ago, I had a person in my raid team that so I just went by Chaiji back then, but he pronounced it Saxi, like with X. I don't know how he managed that. I don't know how he came up with that, but he came up with that. Yeah. So it could be worse, right? It could always be worse. Is Colusia's post Shadowbringers music that bad? I don't remember it being that bad. If I remember correctly, it reminds me of a different game. Gilana says, I wonder why there are circles on the floor. Yeah, I wonder. Anyone seen my short? Ooh. That's fine, Tracy. It's just fun to think about. Like, I know, and I'm pretty sure everyone else knows, that you just, like, misclicked E an extra time. Like, my keyboard sometimes thinks it's hilarious to, like, double or triple press a key when I click it once, and then you mispronounce someone's name in text. So don't worry about it. You didn't do anything wrong. It's just fun to talk about. No, we have a range DPS. That means we can have a limit break on the ads later. Ryan says, that is also how my Asritha nickname got its pronunciation. I hadn't actually thought about it, but at some point the raid leader was forced to say it on Ventrilo. He pronounced it Asrata, so it's stuck since then. The throne room. Even longer ago, when I raided in World of Warcraft, a close friend of mine had a character named Beleaguer. Now, our raid leader at the time did not know that word. Which meant that henceforth my friend was referred to as Balager. Which was funny. And that's the thing with when people pronounce the name wrong, it's just funny, right? I feel like every time I use all of my cooldowns on a trash pack, I feel like I have like 5 cooldowns too many. Like the mobs are already kinda dead and I'm still like, I have more! It's also, it is fun when you're in a raid team with voice comms and then you have your raid leader, they pronounce your name for the first time and you're like, oh yeah, I suppose you can say it like that.
So the gate did open again, and delivered the most mouth-watering morsels.
Where did your sword go?
I am Scarmilione, Archfiend of Earth and first of Golbez's Circle of Four. Such pleasure I will take in delivering you unto your graves.
Scarmilione. Watch me forget how to say his name again. Speaking of names. Ymir says something about their connection. Is everything alright? Whoops, I used that live search on the wrong thing. Oh well. It's probably fine. All the other pulls I've forgotten to use it entirely during Lance charge, so that's probably an improvement. You know, Lemon, with my track record, it is probably famous last words. If you've taken a little glance at some of Orion's impeccable stream clips, you'll know that I have an incredible precision with saying, oh, this is going kinda well, to precisely, exactly time it so that something goes wrong in that exact instant. So, you know.
My minion.
It's called Tempting Fate. True, I actually a long time ago in my previous free company, I got a little bit of a reputation of being able to predict like about 5 seconds in advance when the group would wipe. You know, just long enough that I can go, I think we're wiping, but too late for anyone to use the information for anything.
Stubborn mortal. Come, fill your lungs. No, I will not be defeated by you.
Perfect. Maybe a bit early. Oh well. I didn't have any cooldowns, but now I have something. Nice. Thank you so much, everyone. It's serious, Smol Kai. I like how our teammates like sprint in from off screen, like, oh right, we're here too. Yeah, thank you for joining me for the dungeon, Umia, Gilano, and how did I forget your name, Matthew? Thank you for coming as well. It's the classic brain fart. Sorry about that. Thank you all for joining me.
This Scarmiglione, he knew the gate had opened.
He also has a really, really strange name, all things considered.
And not for the first time. He and his brethren must keep watch over the portal.
As we do ours, but to unflinchingly consume a fellow Voidsent.
Hey Makoto, how are you doing?
Like men, perhaps they form factions and fight amongst themselves.
Ymir says sounds French to... Ymir says sounds French, me no like. I think it sounds like Spanish to me. I think it is like something like that is the origin. Hard for me to check right now. But I hope someone else knows for sure. Makoto says I'm doing swell. I hope you and everyone are as well. I'm doing very well. We had a very nice dungeon run just now. Good to
The
hear.
question is, what will the minions do?
Italian. That could work too. That's true.
Your mistress is no more, and the one who consumed her we slew in turn. Do you still mean to try us?
I expect some Voidsent are more intelligent than others. Perhaps these ones simply do not understand our words.
Even beasts ought to understand strength.
There is much we do not know about Voidsent. If we are to survive their world, it would be wise to learn their ways.
You know, when I think about it, it does sound more Italian, doesn't it? I'm not that good at Spanish, Italian, or French, but it does sound a little bit more Italian to me. But I believe all 4 of those bosses have names that are supposed to sound like that. You would ask your dad? You could ask your dad. The alternative is googling it, I suppose, but it's always more fun. Gilano says Scarmiglione. It's Italian. It's a demon in Dante's Inferno. Well, there you go. Thank you, Gilano. Let's proceed with caution and pick up what we can.
Sage advice, my friend. 'Tis reassuring to have one so experienced with us. I am here, sister. Finally here. And I will find you.
I swear it.
Hmm. Buried memory. Ymir says, no wait, he's not home. Don't worry, he did not go fetch milk. Good. That is usually the warning sign. And here we are in the dungeon again somehow. This castle should serve as a base of operations for now. And we set our sights elsewhere. Let's see what there is to learn here. Oh boy, time to talk with some Voidsent. From this point onward, you will not encounter Aetherites for a while. Should you leave Troya Castle, you may return here via Weaver's Warding. Additionally, you may now know that... Right, the dungeon thing. Food! Or money. Ah yes, the Wolf's Den Pier theme. The warding scale exhibits no change. It should be safe to remain here and begin our search. But with her now, I would sense Ajdaya were she remotely near, but there is nothing. Might you not call to her? Let her know that you have come. Alas, this vessel is not capable of calling across vast distances. For that, I require my true form. And even were it possible, a dragon's call is born upon ether. It is liable to draw more Voidsent to us. I see. In any case, there's little exploration to be done while we are confined to this isolated isle. I propose we begin by learning what we can from the castle's occupants. An understanding of their ways may prove useful to our cause. Very well, let's hope a few of them are capable of speech. Surprisingly, some of them are. Let all remain vigilant while we go about our inquiries. We reconvene afterwards. Hey guys, we just killed your friends. You wanna talk over, like, a slice of bread? Yeah? Maybe? No? Why not? Hey, Stinian. Is the eye saying anything? This one does not but stare. Oh. You want a staring contest? Grr. 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 The creature snarls and glares at you. It is unlikely that you will learn anything from it. Oh. Ymir says, don't worry, they'll be back. Your dad or the Voidsent? Some seem willing enough to converse. Whether they have the ability to do so is another matter. What enticing ether you have! Give me some! Give me some! No. It mine.
Oh, if only I were stronger, I'd be able to eat you. Fine, fine. I'll find someone else to eat.
Well, able to communicate. This one seems to think only of feeding. Better to take your inquiries elsewhere. That's good to hear, Ymir. It was only a jest. I am perfectly confident that it was just the Voidsent. Like the prevailing tongue in Norvrand, the language of this world bears a resemblance to our own. It may be assumed that they share a common ancestor. Oh really? Emmett says, following Monica's well, followed by main scenario roulette. Reaper does not scale down. No. Well, the thing is, Reaper hits ridiculously hard in like main scenario quest roulette, like at level 50. Reaper has like nearly nothing to work with, but what it does have hits ridiculously hard. So it's just kinda meh, but every hit is strong. Like you're sitting there like, and then you just see the numbers explode on the enemy. It's like, of course they have to do that. If you don't have any actions, they'll have to make what you have hit hard, right? Make it scale so that it works, but still.
The mistress's eyes are beauteous, sublime, to bask in her gaze is bliss.
She's dead?
But now she's gone, never again will I feel her gaze. No mistress, no orders. What am I to do now? What am I to do now?
I don't know. The creature mutters endlessly to itself, sparing you so much as a glance. Well, it seems to be dancing. I serve. I obey. Please don't eat me. Nice sword. A dragon. What's that? Does it taste good? I don't know anything about it. Don't know about anything. The one we caught recently. They seem to know a lot and know lots. We threw them in the dungeon, but clever ones are tasty. They might have been eaten already. You've learned all you can from this Voidsent. If you look in the dungeon, you may be able to find the clever one it mentioned. Well, this one, Alif? Making the, it's like, it's making a weird imitation of the female undead dance from World of Warcraft.
Wiggle, wiggle, wiggle.
That's true, Emir. No positionals is nice. Like, that is one of the big advantages of Reaper, is that it gets so few positionals that you might actually be able to completely avoid dealing with positionals if you plan your true north well. Hi guys. I have nothing to share. While those I approached had no will to fight, neither were they capable of holding a conversation worth the name. My experience was much the same. Lower rung Voidsent tend to have a lower intelligence, 'twould seem.
A pity Scamilione is dead. He was talkative at least.
True. What of you? Oh, there was this big knight with wings and a huge sword and a shield. It looked really badass. A clever Voidsent in the dungeon.
That would be the area in which we emerged.
Indeed. Let's take ourselves back there and find this Voidsent, preferably before its fellows make a meal of it. To the dungeon then. It is true, Lennon, you only have like Bloodstalk to spend your resources with, so like the entire rotation of Reaper at level 50 is like a keep death's design up. And then if someone uses like a raid buff of some sort, you use Bloodstalk. Or if you reach 100 gauge, then you use Bloodstalk. And then everything else is just like 1, 2, 3 combo. It's really, really simple. Which, speaking of which, probably makes Crystal Tower very boring as well, right? Oh. Hey. How's it like not having a head? I can't survive without someone to be me either, but where, oh where will I find a new master? Ymir says, doesn't only Bard have raid buffs at level 50? Astrologian has divination and cards. Archer has battle voice, and technically they have their songs themselves. Ninja has Mug. I think that's it. Astrologian, archer, well, bard, ninja, something like that. But that's still more than nothing. Which means if none of those jobs are in your group, then we just go mash Bloodstalk on cooldown. Exactly, Lemon. Just hope for that to make it a little interesting. Prey we caught are weakened in the dungeon before being served up to the mistress. Tenderizing, she called it, and that's the way she used to like it. Did we get any gear? Not any gear we can use. We can talk to the dog. I want to talk to the dog. Do you have any? Do you speak English? Woof. Never mind. Does not speak English. Pet the. Oh, we can. We can pet any. We can pet the dog. Let's pet the dog. Okay, maybe if I do it like this. Good boy. Good doggo. You tried your best. you thought you could ask him who's a good boy. Water in the fire, why? That is a good meme. Next thing, we'll find soap around the corner. Don't worry, I don't plan to scream suddenly on the stream. Usually if I'm about to say something loud, I tend to move away from the mic to like add a sense of distance. Because I don't want I don't want to break your ears.
Though there's only the one dungeon here, we call it the fourth. The mistress's orders, but the mistress is gone, and her orders with her. Rats can infest this castle for all I care.
Alright. Alright, Alif. Thank you for joining us for the stream. Good night. Where's your head? What? Do you have a mouth? Where's your mouth? Is that your face?
No one comes and goes from this dungeon without permission. For you, though, I'll make an exception. Go on. Go.
And quite a lot of those conversations you miss out on if you don't talk with them, because they're optional. Like, all of those voidsend we talked to on the way down here were optional. We just had to run here. We wouldn't have known about the tenderizing and all that.
Food for the mistress's consumption is kept in these cells. For the mistress devoured, we're free to help ourselves. But the clever one is strong. Another warden went in to devour the clever one, but he hasn't come back out.
Oh. Are there more people over here I can talk with? Anyone here? Hello? Oh wait, I can mount up. There is someone we can talk with. Hello.
I should be glad to show you the hydrobantic terraces if it please you.
The what?
Sure.
I think? Maybe not. Wait, no, can I go back? There better be an imp up here to send me to the entrance again. I should have checked my map before I did that. Not my wisest performance right there. The walk of shame. Back we go then. At least we can mount. I was so intrigued by the possibility that there was a secret room that I forgot to check whether it was somewhere we had already been. Oh well. That's just funny. It makes it doesn't really make sense, but it makes sense. Alright, Tracy, enjoy your food. It kind of makes sense, but then not really. It makes sense because if you left, then you might want the fast track back to the NPCs if you just started the quest, right? But if you started the quest and did pretty much anything in the quest, it would probably not help you to get teleported to the end of the dungeon, I don't think. Like, it's so specific a situation where you would need that teleport, but it's there. The thing that confuses me is there is not a fast track back to the entrance. Now that would have been helpful as well. Such a long way back. Here we are then. Hey friends, why are you hanging out here?
I mislike the feel of this. Stay on your guard.
Alright, how about you? Could this be the clever void scent? There appears to be someone within. Yeah, you don't say. Why is it you're sending me in alone?
You are the friend.
You're the void scent bound to Xenos.
I see it now. The bottomless darkness. The insatiable hunger. The aura was present when we faced him in Garlemald.
How did it come to be here?
When Xenos died, its connection to the source was severed. It was forced to return to the void.
Xenos. Yes, that was his name. And you are the friend, are you not?
Oh, right. Oh right, the crystal is used here so early, that's why I forgot.
Is that Heidelin's crystal?
But how?
Your dark-robed voidsent has turned into... Yeah, she doesn't have a name yet, but that.
The light just now. Of course. And thus I am returned.
What do you mean, returned? Who are you?
I was once bound to the man named Xenos. His avatar, until you killed him.
Avatar, as in the void-sent servants of Reapers. In the name of his hunt, Xenos took up that traditional Garlean art. And through it, he forged a covenant with a being of the void to lend him strength.
Covenant? A curse, more like. He stole my power. There was no equity in the arrangement. My very essence was altered, twisted into a tool to serve his desires.
Your previous appearance. This is your true form, then.
Perhaps, perhaps not. What does it matter?
How mysterious.
Indeed, it doesn't. Regardless of your form, you are a void sent by nature. So answer me this. Are you our enemy too?
In this world, only a fool would attempt to devour a stronger being. And though it was as an avatar, I lost to you once, I have no desire to lose again.
Good enough for me.
Now, you will answer me a question. Xenos called you friend. That's what you are? A friend?
Strictly speaking, I am Caetsu Chaiji. You heard of me from YouTube? Hey K-Black, how are you doing? That is so good. Strictly speaking, I'm Caetsu Chaiji. I think it's sad that you can't even choose. You can't even choose to say yes to that question. Like, no, he's not my friend. I don't know what you're talking about. I was going to say yes, totally, if that was an option, but I couldn't remember that it wasn't an option. What is this YouTube you speak of? Oh, right. Strictly speaking, I'm Caetsu Chaiji.
So, you're not a friend. Then... what is it? What is a friend?
All right. So, Weird. Also, K-Black said my 4th favorite character in the game. So who's the top 3? Bless you. As much as one might expect the unexpected, I doubt any of us could have foreseen this turn of events. She seems different from other Voidsent, at least those we've met. And the change we witnessed, I suspect, is due to your crystal purging the excess darkness in her. Even so, she still harbors a great deal of darkness. I'm very keen to hear what she can tell us, about herself and about her world. Oh, money! So, I doubt you came to the dungeon by pure chance. What is it that you're after? We were looking for a Voidsent with whom we could converse, in the course of which we learned of you. We are visitors to this world, and know little and less of its workings and ways. We would be grateful if you could tell us about it, about yourself. So it's information you seek. What do you offer for it? Not killing you? I beg your pardon. Voidsent do not give unless we stand to gain. If you desire something, you pay the price. That is the sole rule in this world you call the Void. That makes sense. Pray forgive our ignorance. But what would be acceptable as payment? I suspect that such coin as we carry has no value here. Voidsent crave one thing alone, ether. In return for information, I offer you mine. Just not all of it, mind you. I still have need of my life. Very well, I will tell you no more than you can afford to pay. Then we have a bargain. If we're to talk about the Void, let us do so outside. Come with me. Hey Black says, you stole a Thancred and Estinian. Oh, that sure sounds like there's a 2 out of 3, well actually a 3 out of 4 in this specific situation. That sounds like a pretty big win. Ymir says, I would choose mine as Raha, Alphino, Tataru, and Gaius. Oh, good. Chosen. Oh, that's also good. Those are very good. I don't know who I would choose.
This is where I belong. My home. This endless darkness you call the Void. There was once light here, and it shone its warmth upon creation. The lands were green and the seas were blue. Life flourished. Before the war, the Contra Memoria.
It must have been a terrible war indeed.
It shattered the balance, causing darkness to engulf the world. All life was transformed into monstrosities, Voidsent.
Let me stop you there. As a mathematician, I can't let that one slide, because technically you're not a monstrosity. So, I mean, most, all but one, there exist things that didn't transform. Those could work, but all life was transformed into monstrosities does not really work in this context, does it? Ymir mentions Golbez. Well, we don't know for sure what he looks like under the armor, does he? Do we? We don't know for sure if he's a like I don't know, like a kind of slim marble that just managed to fit into the armor. Hypothetically, he might have only one eye.
We are the natural order now.
Alright, so maybe he's just as hot as Zero. Also possible. Maybe what Zero actually means is that that everything was changed into monstrosities. What she means by that is that either everything turned into monsters or they turned monstrously hot. Who knows?
As light begat sin eaters, darkness begat void scent.
The sun was driven from the sky as fleeting day yielded to endless night. In time, even land and sea lost their distinction. And though the spark of reason had died in us, driven by memory's shadow, we formed factions and carved out domains. This castle, for instance, its erstwhile lord must have abided in such a place once upon a time.
If I may, the darkness in you is too much for any man to harbor. To my eyes, you are indeed a void scent. Yet your knowledge of the past and your demeanor mark you apart from your brethren. You are different. That much is plain. But in what way, I am unsure.
As you say, I am void scent, but only in part.
What's the other half? Or part?
The darkness touched my mother when the war had only just begun, when I was still in the womb. As a child, I looked like any other, but darkness coursed through me, and I ceased to age when I'd become a woman grown.
That is weirdly convenient, Zero. I'm half void scent and half very hot person. Oh, by the way, this curse upon me caused me to stop aging when I was in the best age of my life. Woe is me. I mean, the real woe is me is the fact that the rest of the world is in ruins in this case, of course. So, I mean, it would be very nice, convenient for her if she could move to, you know, a world where everything isn't destroyed. That would be kind of nice. Okay, Black says, my first question would have been, why are you here? Oh, presumably her mother was here.
But that was then. And now, I may as well be one in full. I prey on the weak and serve the strong. I live to survive. Nothing more.
Forgive me. 'Twas not my intent to pry. I realize, too, that I've neglected to ask your name.
As we say mortal, you may call me Void Scent.
That is liable to cause confusion. If you are not averse, we would address you by your true name.
And call me what you will. I care not.
How about Zero?
Meaning nothing. A name as fitting as any.
Oof.
No, not nothing, but rather a beginning. For it remains to be seen what you will become to us.
As I said, I care not. Zero, then.
We are going to see this particular emote many, many times from now on. Whoever animated that emote really got their value out of it, I'm telling you. It's incredible. I think it's a nice name.
A name is a string of sounds. Its meaning has no bearing on my nature.
Excellent analysis, Zero. Now, if you could put away the excessive analysis and philosophy for a sec, and just consider that you now have a name.
Well, Zero, while there is no end to the questions we could ask, it is only fair that we tell you our purpose in coming here.
Ymir says, as long as she doesn't offer me a drink, I trust her. Ryan says, maybe they wanted to give her glasses at first so she could push them up her nose every 5 seconds. Yeah, she does, like, for the first long while, she has very much that, actually, kind of thing about her, doesn't she? Like, quite heavily. And Gilano says, useless fact of the week. And this is where we call them fun facts. That makes it more fun. She's based on the titular character from Vampire Hunter D, a series of novels illustrated by Yoshitaka Amano, longtime designer and illustrator of Final Fantasy since the beginning. Oh, well, there you go.
We are searching for a dragon. One who came to your world long ago.
A dragon?
What is a dragon?
Yes. Ashdaya is her name, and she is my sister. If you have any knowledge of her, I beg you share it with us.
Bless you.
Did you say something?
Estinian like, oh, sorry. Sorry. You know, Orion, I do agree. I don't think Zero would have asked a dragon its name on account of not caring about names.
No.
I thought I heard a voice as well. The keening of void scent, perhaps.
Yakini. Apparently it means something like wailing. You also googled it, I see. Keening. We have a void set looking at us who's keening on the edge. I must say, we are rather exposed here. Perhaps we should continue the conversation within the castle. The throne room is defensible, given its few points of ingress. Let us head back there. Moving wasn't part of the bargain. I'll comply, but I expect my payment promptly. You shall have it as soon as we've arrived. I am trained in the ways of Google Foo. That's a good skill to have. What about its points of egress? Incidentally, I think those are the same. Why did you run so far? We're technically indoors here. Why did you have to run all the way? Like, why? Why? Oh, you see, we need the solo duty to happen in one of the boss rooms. I know it was a reference to Hell's Ingress and Hell's Egress. It was a joke. It is okay. It's a good joke. And here we are. I wonder what all those circles are for. I sure wonder if there's a boss mechanic that refers to these circles. Fun proceeding. Several cutscenes will play in sequence. It is recommended that you set aside sufficient time to view these scenes in their entirety. In addition, you will be required to participate in battle. Your progress will be saved at certain points in the event. If you are defeated, you will be able to try again from the most recent of these. Please note that if you enter battles associated with other quests or log out from the game, this progress will be lost. 620.
This place is as good as any. Let me have the ether now.
Very well.
Again? But we struck it down, watched it die.
Fools. Death doesn't exist in this world. And I am free to return whensoever I please.
Death doesn't exist. Of course. In the first, the power of light, of passivity, prevents life from emerging in the empty. But in the 13th, the power of darkness, of activity, prevents life from finding rest, even should soul be separated from flesh.
So unless one's essence is absorbed by another, it is possible to return again and again.
It is reminiscent of that creature's. Ah, my mouth waters at the memory.
What?
I must devour you too. Yes, I must. Ye drifting souls, by my power be reborn!
If it's another death they want, I say we give it to them.
If you could lend us a hand, we'd be much obliged.
That you would. But you already owe me a debt, and until you make good on it, I won't lift a finger.
This is such a ridiculous scene. I think I've mentioned it before, but this scene, we are four ready to fight alongside Zero. Zero does not care because technically Scarmiglione isn't threatening her yet. But when we're dead, she's going down next and she's going to do it alone. So it's just It's just such a ridiculous scene. Like, it's so silly, to me at least.
We'll speak after you've won. But know that if you lose, I'll help myself to your ether.
You won't, because Gamaleone is going to eat it, and you know that.
That a bothersome duty should deliver to me this lavish feast. Come, struggle with all your might. It will make you that much richer and tastier.
I thought ether didn't taste of anything. Didn't it? Strange.
Every soul in this domain serves me now. Come, feast upon their flesh.
The castle answers his call.
So many
Do
mods.
well to break up this feast quickly.
Yeah, it's just a really silly cutscene to me. Like, I suppose maybe Zero's argument is I can just leave. If the fight goes south too much, I'll just leave. But it's just a really weird scene, in my opinion.
Behold the power of the Archfiend of Earth!
Yeah, exactly, Emiya. She's very petty.
He hastens their regeneration.
We are blessed. You cannot defeat that which cannot die.
Oh wow. That was a big explosion AoE there.
This bodes ill.
Round 3. Fight!
We need to drag him out of this damnable beast.
Oh right, a stack marker. That's what that means.
There's no end in sight.
Round 4. Ding ding!
Retreat may be in order.
Oh.
Don't fight!
When will you learn? No matter what you do, you cannot hope to win.
You'd assume that it would spend some of his ether, wouldn't it?
You never know until you try, and I'm always happy to experiment.
Zero! Is there no way to stop them from coming back?
There is, but I have no reason to share it with you.
You know, Zero, you do owe us for one thing. Your name. You'll have your promised ether, but we are owed compensation for your name.
That is also really silly, because this is like going, I handed you the sandwich. You have to pay for it. And you're like, I didn't want the sandwich. Well, you have it now, so you have to pay me. She specifically did not care about getting her name. Unless she changed her mind, then she shouldn't care. But she could just go, well, I didn't care when you gave it to me, so that one's on the house. Or the castle. Tip hat?
A name for which I did not ask.
Precisely.
But that I nevertheless did accept.
Okay, fair enough. Let me change that. I hand you a sandwich. You go, I didn't want this. But now that I have it, it does look nice. So I'll take it. Fair enough. But it's still silly.
Been crystallized.
Well now, that's quite the trick.
Satisfied?
I just want to be clear, I like Zero as a character. I just find this very starting introduction of her with this hyper focus on payment really silly. Like that's all. That's all. Oh yeah, it's purple. Look everyone. It's actually the pink crystals. The cultist of the Pink's icon is right there. Zero makes them. She prints them. Ryan says Zero is a member, confirmed. She's the one behind the desk going, let's see here, and your complimentary pink crystal. There you go. And they're purple pink-ish.
Completely.
Come, my friends. With Zero's aid, we can defeat him.
What is this? What have you done?
Now that I think on it, you owe me a debt as well. You may have missed your mark, but I won't miss mine.
Wait, why does Scammilione owe her a debt? Huh?
However incurred, a debt is a debt. I will repay it here and now.
She can turn voicent into crystal.
Very convenient.
What is this power?
Before my true strength, my signature move, a cursed noise. Take this! I make an annoying noise at you.
Attend to the minions first. Be gone.
Oh. Well, I don't know why I even bothered to dodge. How about if I summon twice as many? Aha!
Trickery will not fail.
What trickery? We just have an unsynced party member one-shotting your ass. I don't see the problem. It's pretty fair.
This will hurt.
Oh, I just realized that the save spot was on this side. Could you imagine? That would have been awkward. Is it enough? No, don't target our unsynced carry.
We cannot win without Zero. We must help her.
And true, she's our overpowered carry. We need her specifically. What will we do without her?
Another debt to repay.
Now, that one is interesting. We get her to help us, and now she owes us for helping her escape from a trap she wouldn't have been in if she hadn't started helping us. Is that fair?
Finally getting serious, darling. Very well. Let us return the favor.
Rotten Rampage. Oh yeah, that mechanic. But then not followed up with the knockback. Right. It'll be someone's grave. This cursed noise again. Oh.
Give it everything you've got.
That is a lot of damage. Just spamming cursed noise.
Fools! Do not think you have defeated me. I will return again and again. What? My flesh? Death has no place in this world. We are beyond it. And yet...
He looks kind of happy about it.
Ah, Lord Golbez, you have sent me to my doom. Curse you and your wretched flattery, and this abominable fate.
Oh. Nice. Can I eat this? Would it be a problem if I ate this? So many crystals.
You are welcome, seekers of might.
Ah yes, the cape turn, the classic.
I, Golbez, have called you four hither. I, who would see us triumph in the coming crusade. That I may entrust you with command of our armies.
Yes, but what of the promised gift?
In exchange for our loyalty, we are to feast on the finest ether.
And so you shall, for if you are to serve me, you must be strong.
Then honor the pact, and pray we are not disappointed.
Very well. Behold.
It must really suck to have like a speech prepared for Voidsent. He's literally like, ah, good to see you, my brethren. Let me inspire you before the feast you shall. And they're like, the feast though, mate. The feast? Can you like move it along? The feast though, mate? That's why we're here. We don't care about your speech and all that. We came for the ether, you know. It's like, fine. Just puts his notes away.
The fiery wings, the savage horns. It pulses with life. Such vibrant ether. This magnificent creature could only come from beyond the veil.
Indeed. Feast, my friends. Feast and arise as my four arch-fiends. As they are now, they can consume but a fraction of the dragon's ether. Just as well, the creature may yet serve other ends.
Wait, when was the feast actually turned off in 6.1, Gelato? I remember it was like, I remember it was like no longer allowed when they reworked PvP, but was it specifically 6.1 where they like locked the game mode? Because that's extremely ironic. like, they remove the feast, and then, oh, the main quest is like, oh, the feast, you know, the feast of Ether, that feast? Yeah, you know, there's a feast to be had. Like, all the PvPers sitting there like, Emir says, the feast? So the feast was I believe it was a 4v4 game mode for PvP in the, before the rework. The way that it worked was that there was a certain amount of points that you needed to gather to win. And I believe every team was like 1 tank, 1 healer, and 2 DPS or something like that. And depending on your role, you were capable of carrying. Well, actually, if I remember correctly, you could just carry. I think you could carry a specific amount depending on your role, and part of the logic there was that the tank could carry the most to like give you reason to focus the tank. But of course, tanks back then were actually tanky, you know, as a tank would be. And healers could spam Cure 2 for a long time. So, usually, it boiled down to, like, spam healing. I can't remember if it was a requirement that it was a balanced party, but I do remember that one of the biggest issues of PvP before the rework was that unless you could, like, wombo combo someone down instantly, healers could typically carry anyone through any amount of damage by just spam healing them. That is the reason why healers in PvP nowadays have a cooldown on their heals, and it's like very limited, because if they could spam it, it would be overpowered. Like, that's pretty much the reason. If one side can just do the same amount of healing output as the other side can do damage, then it can actually be impossible to move a fight forward. By making it so that the majority of actions in PvP are damage dealing and defensive options are limited, any fight is forced to move towards an end. The only exception is that in most 1v1 duels, they can, like, if both players are really good, those fights can sometimes really drag out, because every 15 seconds you can use your potion, or you can use recuperate to heal a good amount. So if you can just stall and outrun, like run away, you can make a fight last almost forever. But that is caused by a different reason entirely, and that is that the current state of PvP is balanced around 5v5 crystalline conflict. That is why frontline is typically like added on top, rebalancing, like crowd control doesn't last as long. You take less damage, things like that, to make it somewhat reasonable. Like in the very beginning of the rework, where you didn't have these damage reduction mechanics, where like melee take half damage and stuff like that. Well, frontline was typically just an army of summoners and white mages just dumping limit breaks and killing everyone. Not super exciting. Nowadays, it's sometimes it's an army of dark knights with white mage support, which isn't, and also a lot of dragoons actually. So it's difficult to balance. Incidentally, huge AoE burst damage is a little overpowered in frontline, surprisingly. That is really funny, Gennaro, that they specifically turned off the feast then. But yeah, the feast was like a ranked PvP mode similar to how Crystalline Conflict was. I never played it, but I have a friend who did. And he typically played healer, so, you know.
The Void Sense essence remains.
We could eat these.
But it has been sealed away, transformed into crystal.
Memoria. Scarmelione called them. I take it they are connected to the war of which you spoke.
Aye. Their use was central to the Contra Memoria, hence its name. and to my knowledge, the transformation is permanent.
I see. We thank you for coming to our aid.
I repaid a debt, and in doing so ensured that I received my own due compensation, which I shall have now.
Yes, yes. I still have work to do, so I would thank you not to get carried away.
Yoink.
Ether is the coin of choice. I appreciate the simplicity.
That makes us even, I trust. Right then. When you picked up the crystal, you experienced a vision, did you not?
A dragon resembling a great worm. I dare to hope that it was Ashdaya. Even as it pains me to think she's been made to suffer.
For the ambitions of this Golbez.
We've been given much to consider. Let us take a moment to review what we know.
I could eat these. In light of our recent experiences, I expect we all have questions. I trust Zero can answer some few of them. We should still be owed at least that much, I dare say. Oh, you think so? Maybe you should ask Zero before you make assumptions.
Caetsu. Caetsu, you've come to the 13th before, yes? You fought Voidsent here.
Yes?
But clearly you didn't know they could regenerate, else you would have shared that detail beforehand.
They seemed to stay dead at the time, yes.
I doubt not that they did. There must be a reason why the ones you defeated did not return, in contravention of the natural order. Do you remember aught of the ordinary? A sealing magic like Zero's, perhaps?
No. There are circumstances in which we are unable to return. If you like, I can tell you about this.
Please do.
The more you devour, the more powerful you grow, but in the process, your essence is blended with those of your prey. If you were to lose your flesh, the souls you had come to harbor may break free and coalesce into distinct Voidsent once more. And before you yourself return, your own soul might be devoured by your enemies or your erstwhile prey. A fate more likely for stronger beings who require more time to regenerate. However, even assuming you survive the process, it's highly uncommon to return as you were. Yet, despite his greater strength, Scarmiglione managed to resurrect rather swiftly. Are there others capable of the same? Not that I'm aware of. His attachment to his flesh must have been unique for him to develop such an ability. I believe we understand the fundamentals of rebirth now. If I may, I would ask you about your power. Will you tell us about it? What you saw should speak for itself. I can bind the ether of the soul in crystal. Many wielded this power during the Contra Memoria, but I'm the only one left. How does one come to wield Memoria, and what happened to your peers? I've never thought about that. I do know, though, that Voidsent can't use the power. I assume I can because I'm mortal in part. I see. Zero, I wish to ask you about the man called Golbez. He may well have my sister in his clutches. Is there aught you can tell us of him? The name sounds vaguely familiar, though I can't say how I know it. If he is powerful, however, someone in the castle may have heard of him. Then we must try talking to the other Voidsent again. Let us entrust the task to Caetsu. Her echo will help facilitate communication. More importantly, she should be able to maintain a composure better than a concerned sibling. That I cannot deny. Forgive me, but will you not ask about Golbez in my stead? On the terraces to begin with, perhaps. Sure. Thank you. We shall remain here and discuss what other avenues we might pursue in the meantime. Yes, I, who am not clever enough to participate in such conversation, will simply go and talk with people. Let me just talk with these first. Scarmiglione, too, appeared surprised by Zero's power. As she says, it must be a lost art. This makes her invaluable to our cause, far more than someone who can simply communicate. Thank you. Rude. Though with this echo of yours, you can see into the past. Interesting. Those memories may as well be all that remains of it, though. Everything and everyone was warped by darkness. However storied it may appear, this castle is simply the product of its mistress's mind.
I know what it feels like to have my essence blended with that of another. Yet, tumultuous though it was only one worm's soul. To be bound to scores of others over thousands of years sounds horrible. According to your vision, Golbez recruited his champions and raised an army by offering a dragon's ether in exchange. Whatever his crusade, it's unconscionable to use a dragon's life force as fodder. He will answer for his deeds. You got it, buddy. Oh right, I can mount here. I always get surprised by how long these patch quest lines are. We're not even halfway. Almost halfway. But it's been 2 hours already. Also, quest name, Groping in the Dark. So the clever one hadn't been eaten. If no one wants it, then perhaps... Golbez. Of course I know of him. Only a fool without ears wouldn't. His archfiends lead armies to ravage and conquer. They devour those they deem useless, those who can't fight. If you don't want to be eaten, then you had better flee, though soon there will be nowhere to run. It seems the archfiends keep only those who are fit for battle. Others must escape or be consumed. Hey, you still dancing? If the one who devoured her dies, perhaps the mistress will return, and I may bask in her gaze again. I have some bad news for you, friend. Welcome back, Tracy. Golbez, you say? My mistress spoke of him. He commands the Archfiends. They are very powerful and have conquered many domains. The mistress bade us defend the castle from them. Yes, she did. It seems the Archfiends have been attacking other domains. Their fearsome reputation precedes them. Let's just neglect to tell that one that your mistress was eaten by Scarmiglione, who's in a crystal, so she's not coming back.
Ah, the tasty one returns to tempt me. I mustn't eat you. I mustn't eat you. Golbez, I know of him from those I've eaten. He has minions, and those minions have minions. No one ever sees him.
With his army of minions, Golbez would seldom have need to act personally. It would not be easy to reach him. There's more. I want to talk with you as well. Do you have anything new to say? Nope. Well, back we go then. Back we go then. I sure hope they've found some information or figured out something we can do, because I didn't discover very much. All I know is that Golbez has an army, and that army has an army. Welcome back, Caetsu. Were you able to learn aught of value? Apparently, Smol Kai believes she learned more than I thought. So countless voids sent answer to the Archfiends, who in turn answered to Golbez, as your vision did suggest. Scamelione's aggression is also consistent with the claims that the Archfiends conquer other domains.
The question is, how do we reach Golbez if he surrounds himself with armies of minions? We could target his other Archfiends, or perhaps those who have fled his service. Either may yield useful information. That said, we can't do much while we're stuck on this isle.
Zero, I would ask a favor of you. I am determined to save my sister Ashdaya. If there's even a faint possibility that Golbez has her, then I must find him. To that end, I want you to lend us your strength and knowledge. Will you accompany us on our quest? Forgotten the way of my world already? If you want help, offer payment. None here will aid you out of the kindness of their hearts. Any who claim otherwise are liars and betrayers. Or is this less a request and more a threat? If I refuse, will you force me to serve? If you accompany us, we can offer you protection. Ah, yes, protection. Protection. I have no need of such. I was a prisoner, yes, but only because I couldn't be bothered to resist. I could have easily broken free had I desired to do so.
If you're truly such an aimless creature, then you could do worse than to join us. You needn't expend as much energy to defend yourself as you would alone.
Trying to be clever, are you? But even if you had a point, your protection isn't enough to persuade me. Very well, Zero. I propose you travel with us, and whenever you perform a deed that requires payment, we will provide it in ether. That's all you had to say. Everything else was superfluous.
Fair point. Where to now? Either a place the Archfiends may strike next, or where refugees and deserters may seek sanctuary.
I know the latter. I'll take you there. I assume you also know how we can get off this isle. I was brought here on a mount. We can leave the same way. Now that you mention it, I did notice some flying creatures near the terraces. Given our numbers, we'll need a large one, but regardless of size, all can be worn over with ether. Excellent. Let us go and find our mount at once. We just go out on the terrace like, taxi? Hold out ether like this. Hold out like this. Ether, anyone?
Not good. Lord Golbez must hear of this.
I have ether pass. Taxi! Taxi! Those are pretty good. Exactly. Just thumping your way to Golbez. Oh yeah, we need to get to the most dangerous place in the universe, or in this universe. I'll pay you.
Not all Voidsent can fly. It stands to reason that some would be made to serve as mounts.
Were I here in my true form, I would be able to carry you all, but even were it possible to so enlarge the gate, the risk would be too great. Zero will best know how to handle the creatures. Let us watch and learn. We should be able to find a mount here. With the castle in disarray, the creatures will be hungry. Just a little ether should suffice. Kasadi says, I can't help but wonder, will this instance ever be accessible again? Isn't 6.2 accessible in New Game Plus? And, furthermore, if you use Explorer mode, you can enter this dungeon if you want to. I use this regularly for thumbnails, actually. Are you ready? But good point, it is not easy to access it in any other way than Explorer mode.
There it is.
It's a local boss.
Good. It agrees to serve. Get on.
You're lucky you have that tiny one. It'll go on a children's ticket, otherwise that pay wouldn't have sufficed.
Ah, passage of arms. You're missing an elbow.
What is this place?
My domain.
My house. It's my house.
In the beginning, it was a sanctuary for me alone.
Gilano says Zero's Island Sanctuary is very different. There's not a lot of materials, but she sure has a lot of space for her pasture.
But over time, others began to gather here. Those who had nowhere else to go.
A settlement of pariahs.
Can I pet the dog?
Mortals! They're mortals! What's in thy sniffer? Let me have some, let me have some!
You are under my protection here and will not be harmed. I give you my word. Follow me.
Oh, welcome back, Lemon. Yeah, I guess we're winning. We're slowly progressing. Also, that dog was smarter than the dog in the Fell Court of Troya, because this one spoke English. This is my abode. The others won't come near, so you may be at ease. While they know their place, if tantalizing either were to walk by, I can't guarantee they wouldn't pounce. It is a Voidsent's nature to consume, their sole purpose. Even if the pursuit of either may lead to their undoing, many succumb to instinct. But any who succumb here will have to answer to me. This is my domain's one and only rule, and it is absolute. We play unpeaceful on this isle, as you see. Consider yourselves duly warned. If you wish to go among the Voidsent here, that is your choice to make. All have fled from one master or another, but whether any of those masters in turn serve Golbez, I do not know. You must ask them yourselves. Most have traveled to your world, so it shouldn't be difficult to communicate. We shall go about making inquiries at once. Thank you for your counsel. Once we've learned all we can, let us reconvene at yonder plaza. You're going too, of course, in which case I shall accompany you. I wish only to observe, do not expect me to help. And it's settled. I'm ready when you are. More dogs! I don't know where the dog went. It left after the cutscene, I feel. Ready? Then lead the way. I leave it to you to decide with whom you speak. Oh, wait. There's a conversation to be had. Hey, Zero, what do you think? You know, your house could use a little, wait a minute. You just barely fit on the bed, you know? We use a bigger bed. A little TLC, actually. It could use a little bit of anything, really. A bigger bed, anything. I call this my abode, but spend hardly any time here. I return only for meditation. While physical wounds can be healed by replenishing one's ether, you can't preserve your form if you lose sight of yourself. Such is the risk inherent in consuming another's soul. It dilutes your sense of self, alters you inside and out. To guard against this, I meditate, visualize who I am, in a place all my own. Aw, Ymir. I can't target the doggo, but I can like head in its general direction. Does that work? It's okay, Ymir. We can be alone together. To walk around with her like that? You're her minion, then? You know I don't take minions. She has some questions, and I want you to answer them. Golbez? I don't know that one. Only Skathach. When she led us beyond the veil, I grew scared and fled. I've been here since. I don't know anyone else, nor do I wish to. That's all I can tell you. Skathach was a powerful Voidsent who ruled over a vast domain. That was a long time ago, though. I doubt she has any connection to Golbez. That's fair, Ymir. That's okay. I'm kind of too, you could say.
Whose likeness is this, you ask? The hero who will save the world. I'm waiting for the day he comes. Oh, was it a she? I can't remember the details. I don't know how long I've been waiting, or why I even wait. Could you be the hero, perhaps? No, I don't think so. Something tells me I'll know when I meet him. Or her. I'll just have to keep waiting.
Probably too tall to be me. This is the heart of my domain. Normally it's deserted, but you and yours have drawn everyone out. I don't recall this statue, though. However it came to be here, I certainly didn't wish for it. Ah, maybe that guy summoned it somehow.
Stay away from me. If you don't want to be eaten, stay away.
Yeah.
Golbez. I've heard the name before. Ah, I remember. Always speaking of a great crusade. I don't know what that is, but it sounds delicious.
A crusade, you say? From whom did you hear this?
Alvarillo. He was a minion of another minion. Went on and on about the terrible things he saw.
I see. Perhaps Valvarello can tell us more. That's all right, Kasadi. I suppose the thing about the statue is easy to miss since it's an optional dialogue option.
You're one of the mortals. Is it true? When you die over there, you really die?
Yes.
So it is. What brings you here then? Ah yes, Golbez. He seeks strong minions to grow his army, so I hear. But recently he stopped doing that. Instead, he devours all.
Perhaps he's gathered enough fodder and is now intent on bolstering his own strengths. A sure sign that he's about to make a move. Satisfied with what you've learned? Ah, but let's step away before you become too tempting to resist. It seems the rumors of Golbez reach even my remote domain. Fair to assume he's gathering strength for his crusade, whatever that may be. But I must say, I wouldn't have guessed that Farfarello once fought in Golbez's army. It's a miracle he survived serving an Archfiend. I suppose I should explain. Farfarello is the weakest among us, constantly in fear of being devoured. He seldom consorts with others. The only one he's comfortable with is Siriato. He's a fellow coward who runs the instant he senses a threat, and won't stop until he's exhausted. When their hunger grows too intense, they feed on each other's ether. Such is their relationship. But I ramble. You intend to seek out Farfarello, I presume? Then I'll come with you. He's less likely to hide that way. Oh. Meanwhile, elsewhere.
Not only did the mortals conquer Troy, they defeated Scarmalione. I struggle to believe it. Yet very small, my lords. They were aided by one of our world, who transformed Scarmalione's soul into crystal. Crystal? This one speaks of Memoria. Now there's something I've not heard for an age. Gonna bring a pang of nostalgia to my breast and a tear to my eye. If the very notion wasn't absurd! Gifted our god, drowned in darkness, as were we all.
And yet Scarmalione still does not answer. Were he alive, he would have returned by now. Weakest though he was, his ability to regenerate was without peer. If this account is true, if a Memoriat has survived, they cannot be suffered to live.
Leave this matter to me, Lord Golbez. I, Barbaricia, shall strike down any who pose a threat to our plans.
'Tis true, you are a proven commander, well suited to leading an assault.
And when I have succeeded, I would beg a boon of you.
What do you desire?
The dragon's ether. All that remains.
The Ancillars know your place.
With respect, my locks are free as the wind, without incentive to sway them. I know not whither they will blow.
Boldly spoken. I trust you will not disappoint me.
Upon this flowing hair and my immortal soul, I will not fail.
Then go and impress upon these interlopers the futility of defiance.
My lord.
Boonk. Just drops the phone. Boonk. There's still a little bit until the trial, but yeah, if you want to join for the trial, you're very welcome to. Very much. Farfarello keeps to the fringes of my domain. This way. The Void Sent here don't answer to a master. They can do as they please. But all must answer to the hunger and seek out prey when they need ether. Except Farfarello and Siriato. That is, they are content to take from one another. Barring an incident, they dare not venture out. When he takes flight, Siriato will not seek shelter until he is utterly spent. Farfarello, on the other hand, prefers to hide in the same place. Come. Alright. Floating bricks? Sure. It was in order to strike down the cloud of darkness that my sister crossed over into the void. What befell her after she vanished into the gate? How did she become Golbez's captive? These things and more I hope to learn. Another doggo. You can wait, Siriato.
I'm so hungry I might die, but I can't, not while someone's near. You're not devouring my ether, you hear me? You're not devouring my ether.
You get the pets. That's what you get. Oh, whatever will I do now? Siriato, this is rather unexpected. Where is Farfarello? Farfarello isn't here anymore. He's, left. Yeah, yes, that's right. Left? That doesn't sound like him at all. Well, he's gone, all right. But what more do you want me to say? And off he flees, as he's wont to do. But something about this doesn't sit well with me. What do you make of Siriato's behavior? I don't think he was telling the truth. So you think so too? As he says, Farfarello is gone, but that is quite unusual. As is the fact that Siriato, who was clearly frightened by something, chose not to flee but instead hid here, where Farfarello usually... No. We must go after Siriato. Now. That we do, then. Triato, we need to talk. There is no time. The wind rises. We must flee. The wind rises? What is he talking about? After him. And after him we went. We continued onward. Oh, there's Estinian. Nice. A little bath.
If a void cent is too weak to create its own domain, it must join with others for protection. Alternatively, it might devour them in a bid to become stronger, but in so doing risk losing its sense of self. It is an unenviable struggle.
True. Hello again. What's gotten into you? What do you mean the wind rises? When the wind rises, she comes. Barbariccia. Barbariccia? Who in the world is that? We must flee, all of us. There's no time. I don't sense anything, but he seems convinced. It's a dead end beyond. We'll corner him. Can't he fly? Didn't you say he could fly? I'm pretty sure you said he could fly. We're doomed. There's nowhere to run. What are you running from? I already told you. Barbariccia, the Archfiend of Wind. Oh, you could have mentioned that before. Archfiend, you say? We'll be devoured or forced to serve, to fight in the crusade. It makes no difference. In the end, all are eaten by her or her enemies. I didn't want to fight anymore. That's why I fled and came here. I see. That explains everything. Almost. I thought it was Farfarello who used to serve an Archfiend, not you. Not you, who always ran at the first sign of trouble. You, who now speak as though you were Barbariccia's minion. There's only one explanation. He devoured Farfarello, didn't he? He ate him. Indeed, that would account for his uncharacteristic behavior. So, is that the way of it? Did you devour Farfarello? And not just a portion of his ether, but his entire being. Did you eat your friend again? Oh, you. How did you know? It wasn't only your behavior that felt strange. You felt strange, as if there was more than you present. Now, I don't believe you would have lost control. More likely it was at Farfarello's behest. Laughed Rag. I can't hide anything from you. I admit it, Farfarello didn't leave. I ate him. He feared Barbariccia more than anything, hated the endless fighting, so he begged me to devour him, that he would never have to fight again. Rather than an eternity of fighting, he chose a moment of pain. For all the good it did, I can still hear his voice in my head. He's frightened, so very frightened. When you're eaten, your essence is blended with that of your devourer, and though you have no control, your consciousness in part endures. Were this a world where the wheel of life and death still turned, the soul wouldn't linger so stubbornly. In time, it would return to the great flow. But there's no such end here, no escape. All know this. In making his choice, Farfarello must have been desperate indeed. And now that desperation has joined with Siriato's fear, driving him to act erratically. This place will become a battlefield. We don't want to be eaten, neither me nor Farfarillo, but there's nowhere to go. Nowhere. And tell me about Barbaricia. I wouldn't know who it is we face. It's too late. She's as good as here, and then no one can escape her winds. No one. Whoops, did I do that? Oh, you have a voice actor. Incredible.
And she's brought her domain with her.
She just carried her
The
house.
Archfiend's after you and yours, I shouldn't doubt. Perhaps you should go and find them. But be warned, whatever this is about, do not expect us to get involved.
I can't bear it! Eating and being eaten! I only want to be left in peace!
You and me both.
One of the Archfiends approaches.
They must have been tracking our movements.
She's here.
Oh. Convenient.
Excellent. You've saved me the trouble of traveling to Troya.
She's here, but most of the potential clothes she could be wearing didn't arrive with her. Instead, she brought a big sword.
So you're Barbaricia.
Mind your manners, mortal. My name is not to be spoken, save in reverence and fear.
Oh, then Siriato actually did it correctly.
And what is this pitiful domain? Pitiful wretches all. I will put you out of your misery.
Double kill!
Her clothes are on her head.
Alas, poor Scarmiglione, and good riddance. Felled by outsiders in pursuit of what? Pray tell.
A dragon. One who crossed to this world thousands of years ago. Know you aught of it?
A dragon, you say? Huh. My Lord Golbez is more clever than I realized. To let the prize live, that it might lure more prey to us. Very well. In gratitude and service, I shall devour every last mote of their souls.
Oh, nice.
Where is she? Where is Ashdaya?
Huh. You even share its scent. How curious. And irresistible.
If you think us easy prey, you're wrong.
Unlike Scarmiglione, I need not skulk in shadow to claim what is mine. If you would know about the dragon you seek, then enter into my domain. You may flee instead if you wish, if the fate of the sorry lot here is of no concern to you. One way or another, I will have satisfaction.
What's the plan then?
Go after Barbariccia. What else?
Indeed. Yet she will have the upper hand in her domain. We must be no less than fully prepared.
We find her and get our answers. Will you be joining us, Zero?
You may be easily goaded into accepting her challenge, but my curiosity is not so insatiable as to cloud my judgment. Nevertheless, if you are desperate for my aid, you know my price.
I shall pay it. So long as you leave me strength enough to see my sister home, you may take as much as you wish. And lest you forget, mine is no ordinary ether. Barbariccia too recognized its potency.
Very well. We have a bargain.
It's really random how Barbariccia just like kills off 2 random Voidsen and just go, anyway, so I'll be over at my place. If you don't want me to come back and do it again, you'll be coming over to me. Ymir says, I both do and don't like her design. Yeah, it's kind of strange that she doesn't wear like she barely wears anything. Like she could have like, just because her entire personality is her hair, she could still, you know, wear a little bit more, I guess. Lana says, I was shocked by her background flashback. Wait, what do you mean?
The less time we give the enemy to prepare, the better. If everyone is ready, then let us set forth.
Indeed, and yet my heart weighs heavy for those Barbariccia struck down. Were it not for us, she would not have come here. Should you require a moment, Zero? For what? Barbariccia took what she could. She was wise to strike quickly, as we would be.
Agreed. This is no time for sentiment. Only the battle matters now.
Yeah. It says she killed her dad. Oh. Janelle says, after you beat her, it unlocks a yellow quest about her past and it's surprisingly dark. Oh. Actually, I do remember that. I did that on my main. It's just been a while. A word of warning. Barbariccia spoke as if she would give us answers, if we were to defeat her. But even assuming she'll talk, which I doubt, I trust I needn't tell you how foolish it is to give an Archfiend a second chance. Best to seal her away at the earliest opportunity. If you wish to peer into her past, the memorial will suffice. True. I'll try, but I make no guarantees. You do that, and if you fail, well, we'll just have to search elsewhere for answers. Rest assured this won't be our last opportunity to learn about Ashtaya. If another Archfiend were to fall, Goldbears would surely be compelled to respond. We need only wait for our quarry to come to us. Indeed, if our struggles with Gamilione taught us aught, 'tis that we must hold nothing back when facing an Archfiend. Let us heed Zero's advice and seal her away at the earliest opportunity. If we're all in agreement, then let us be off. We travel by Nisroch. Hmm. It's very hairy.
You're not the only ones who can ride the wind.
Hmm. Okay, I'll just hang out. Don't worry about it.
Leave these ones to us.
Alright.
I see to Barbaricia.
So much hair. Storm's Crown now accessible. Well, kind of accessible. It's all a very convenient crystal. Good we haven't eaten it. Right, so we will need some more gear, so we'll actually have to hop out of here. So, what's going to happen is I'm going to teleport to Old Charlian. Well, actually... yeah, sure, I'll teleport to Old Charlian. No, you know what? I'll wait here because I have to be right back, and then we'll have to figure out the gear problem. And then we'll figure out who will come along, right? Well, figure out meaning anyone that wants to come along will come along. I'll be right back, and then we'll figure that out. Alright, I'm back. Whoop. Right, so the reason why we didn't just go to Charlian is because I'm going to have to figure out an efficient way to buy a few pieces of equipment. I think we should be good with just replacing these. So we will do that. So we don't get too powerful too quickly. I think 2 should be fine. But to do that, we need to travel to one of the starter cities. See. Oh, convenient. We don't actually have to switch data center, so we just go to Gridania, that's cheaper. And then we can just visit the data center, the worlds with the. Oh, there's Tracy. We can just visit the specific worlds here that have the cheapest items. Ymir says, you're not hurting for cash, you're not me. Well, part of the reason why I'm typically not hurting for cash is because I make a strong point of saving where I can. That tends to have a strong impact. I don't spend that much, and I make sure when I spend that I save when I can. Oh, that would actually be enough. Well, I've already decided that I'm also getting the necklace, so we're doing that. We're getting 2 items. It's jumping around like this is mostly because with gear, just to put it into perspective, Ymir, if I just went and bought this item on like alpha, it might cost a lot. Like, just choosing, like, the cheapest one is here, supposedly. And that's 130,000. The second cheapest is on Lich, which is at least 20,000 more expensive. That's why we're doing this, is because it's significantly more expensive. Like, if it's an item where I'm just saving, like, a little bit, then I wouldn't care. But it's specifically because it's such a huge price difference, usually. That's why we do this. So now we're ready. So I will teleport to Charlian. If you would like to join for the trial, either let me know in the live chat, let me know in game, or come here. And I'll wait a little bit so you have a chance to come along. You won't be there for the trial? That's alright. Yoo-hoo! We have friends. Whoops. I don't know if there's anyone else coming in. If you're on your way and you would like me to wait a moment, let me know in the live chat, just to be sure that I don't run along without you. It might just be the four of us. That's also okay. We have most of the DPS section covered. Ymir says unless you can wait for like half an hour. I think that's maybe a little bit much. I think we will go. I hope that's alright with you, Ymir. It would also be boring to watch me just hang out and wait for 30 minutes, I think. Lemon says, back once again. Welcome back. And yes, we are preparing to go into the trial now. I had a little stint grabbing some gear so that our item level was good enough. A little bit over, actually. And then we were collecting people. And then we're about to start. I think it seems like no one else is waiting in the wing, so I think we're starting. I love this song. Ymir says this will be the first missed Endwalker content. Have you been in every single dungeon and trial we've done since the start of Endwalker? Really? That is pretty wild. That is true, Tracy. It is a variant of flow. The ear brimmeth. Man, imagine having a looping dance on your character, right? The best I have is this. It's not even looping. Yeah, box works too. That's true, Lemon. That's one. Ferocious. Hum is good too. We don't have that. Basically, the only reason why we have box is because you get it from the main quest, I believe. The reason why we don't have many emotes on this character is simply because most of them are given by side quests. Like, in each of the 3 starting cities, Uldar, Gridania, and Limsa, there are Like, there is an optional side quest that gives you a dance. That, like, loops like that. But, we haven't done it. Like, we have... On this character, we've pretty much only... Oh, Orion's back. Do you want to join for trial for the Storm's Crown? Hey, Nicholas. How are you doing? Oh, we just got in, apparently. But yeah, the reason why we haven't done all of the side content is simply because usually I stream the main quest. We've done a little bit of side content. The 200 euro emotes are account wide. Could you imagine if they weren't? What's up, Emir? I think there's like 1 or 2 emotes that...
Come, give yourselves to my scouring winds that I may feast upon your essence.
Like 2 emotes that come from a little statuette, and those cost like 200 euro or something ridiculous like that. And they come with an emote.
Such rich, exquisite ether. My head shimmered with anticipation.
Whoops. I got myself very confused.
Oh no, God.
Right, that mechanic.
Try this.
Double tank mechanic. I know, right, Emir? Voice acting in a trial. Devin says, can't wait to squint that tooltip. Offer my flesh as a vessel. Yes, that sounds like a good idea. I should do that.
My locks are as the wind.
That certainly won't be a bad thing. Surely.
Strong and free.
You know, it is wild how much detail they add to that specific tooltip, because so many tooltips in the game are just like, you do damage. Like, very, very, very few tooltips actually explain how the attack is supposed to be performed, so to speak. Yeah, I do too. I like that too. It is really difficult to figure out how some jobs work, like lore-wise, because of that little detail that they tend to not explain it too much. And usually you have to find it from like a lore book or something where it's explained. Oh, now we are on the front. Alright. Oh, and I'm just clean out of True North. Alright. That's okay. Uh-oh.
You've done well to last this long. But the battle has only just begun.
She uses a blade. That is true. She actually just put away the blade. Talk about having a bad hair day. True. She actually just looks like she's gotten with like a short hairstyle. She just pulled off her hair. It's okay, guys. I'll do my part. I will cast... Oh, right. I don't have anything. I just remembered. I don't have anything.
I'll make it quick.
Oh, boy. Pop Arcane Crest. Oh, if only I could. If only I could. Yeah, I actually did this day 1 as well, K-Black. If I remember correctly, I did this day 1 on stream, no less. It's just a while ago.
Don't underestimate me.
It was quite ridiculous. Now, doing the extreme version is even more ridiculous. I remember I both did like I tried and practiced a bit this fight, like a single session or so of the extreme variant leading up to my stint in Savage on stream when we were trying P5S. Now, my observation was that I actually found P5, like even though I had gotten further in this fight in like my first hour of practice, I actually found this fight significantly harder to learn than P5S because of the sheer chaos inherent in it. It's absolutely insane.
I'll break your every bone. Be gone from my sight.
No! I'll use feint on you. Take this.
The insolence.
The what? Better time as any, I'd say. I can't. Please don't shoot me.
I'll make it quick.
We got the limit break. It's insane. Like it feels like the normal mode has most of the mechanics of the extreme version. It's just that on the extreme version, it hurts a lot more. But yeah, that is what I experienced, is that it goes so, it's just chaos.
There's still time. With more of the dragon's ether, I can yet... You're finished. Damn it all!
I see you've bested Barbaricia. Well done.
Let me just check the chat before we continue here. Lemon says she did not skip leg day. Ryan says, I have discovered that you can get the breadcrumb quest for Island Sanctuary on quite low level. And then it goes, but you'll have to complete Endwalker. When you say low level, do you mean like the quest isn't Charlian? Be gone from my sight. I'm fighting you now. I literally can't. There's a lot of bosses that do that. I believe P8 does that. Goes out of my sight. As he does like a line AoE. So if you actually get out of his sight, you won't get hit. It's actually pretty funny. I believe P10 goes stay where you are when you're supposed to stack for a line AoE. So actually staying where you are is exactly what you should do. You can take the first quest that tells you of its existence at low level. Is that an Endwalker? Yeah, exactly. The Storm's Crown Extreme, as I was saying before, is that so if you watch the channel leading up to when I streamed attempting Savage raiding on stream, I started by jumping into Storm's Crown for like an hour, like one session, to see how it's like as summoner. Like if it was really easy, that was really convenient weapon to have, right? A little bit of better gear. Turns out it was hard. Really hard. Then later I went on stream and did attempted P5S. We did that a few streams. Didn't beat it. But despite the significantly more experience I had with P5S, I felt Storm's Crown was, like, relatively speaking, much harder to learn, like, because it's just chaos, like, just everything all over the place. Like, it's less punishing, so you can get away with more mistakes, but the sheer amount of chaos just made it, like, it felt like in P5S, or any Savage boss usually, like, once you've learned a mechanic, you've learned it. Like, when we've done Extreme on stream previously, it feels like we can, like, get it down and figure out how it works. But with Barbaricia, it felt like I had no idea what was going on. Like, in comparison to Golbus, for instance. Tracy says, sorry for all the deaths, only my second attempt. I didn't notice you died, Tracy. I was very focused on not getting hit myself, so don't worry about it. As we've all agreed here, it's chaos, so don't worry about it. If you have fun, perfect. That's a win. Lemon says, I wonder if anyone buys jobs or story skips to get to Endwalker because of the brain dead content early on and then just gets absolutely donked on by the Endwalker dungeons. Yes, some do. Some do. What usually happens is either they were fine skipping, or they were not. I've told this story a while back, but there was this one time when I was leveling Monk, like back in Shadowbringers, where I got Gimlet Dark, you know, the final level 70 dungeon from Stormblood, and the healer and the tank both were story skippers. The healer barely was able to hold on, and the tank didn't know what a tank stance was, and also didn't really speak English. We didn't really figure out what language he did speak. So we just like desperately did the, you know, grit tab, like auto translate at him, like use grit, and then he would like randomly turn it on and off like he thought it was a cooldown or something. It was very tough, and if I recall correctly, we did not beat the dungeon because when we managed to get through it, but on the final boss there is a mechanic where like you have to find a safe spot, and because there's spread markers on everyone for that, you need to find your own spot, and the only one that could raise was the healer, and the healer could not survive the mechanic, just could not do it for the life of them. Literally for the life of them. And the tank wasn't experienced enough to survive despite that, so they would die to lack of healing afterwards, and then the 2 DPS players would die. So yes, that happens. But in that case, that was Stormblood. I believe the story skip placed you just before Gimlet Dark for some reason. And Gilano also says this is a similar experience, that it sometimes happens. Ryan says, if the quest is in Morabi Dry Docks. Oh. Yeah, I generally don't recommend buying stories, like job skips, because, like, in my opinion, I view leveling jobs as content, so you're actually paying to lose content. It's not very effective with your money. But yeah, as you can hear, Tracy, hopefully, the people that had space to look out and see if you're doing well say that you did great. So don't worry about it. You're fine. You're fine.
Her minions too are all crystallized or scattered. The day is ours.
What of my sister? Tell me you learned something about Ashdaya. So the Archfiend and her crystal yielded not.
Our efforts have not been entirely fruitless. We have deprived your sister's captor of another powerful champion. With Zero, we may yet challenge Golbez and his minions.
Indeed. We could not have come this far without your aid. Thank you, Zero.
I but fulfilled my part of the bargain. And now I will have my...
Oops.
Her ether is nearly spent. Perhaps unsurprising given how much power she used.
I wouldn't want to face another Archfiend without her. We should hurry back to Zero's domain.
Agreed. Eager though I am to continue, it would be unwise to risk our lives for the sake of haste. Let us suspend the mission and tend to Zero.
Yeah, that's true. Tracy has a lot of characters. You know, Tracy, just to be clear, when I talk about skipping, like if you don't enjoy leveling jobs, that is one thing. I would say leveling up a job for the first time is a good idea, so that you like get the gradual like learning experience. I think if you buy a job skip, you also lose out on the story, because you don't have to do the quests. That's not super optimal either if you like stories. But if you've already played through the main quest once, then I don't see an issue in buying a story skip. Like, you can do that. Like, if you don't want a specific part of the story, you can skip it. You've already accomplished it. But I don't think skipping it on your first go is a good idea. That's my perspective, at least. with jobs, if you've already leveled the job and you feel confident in your ability to play it, I don't see a reason why you couldn't skip the job. Ymir says most of the job quests are boring. I don't know, I think some of them are very nice. They also give you a little bit of insight into the jobs. So again, do it once so you don't miss out on the story, right? It's content to enjoy. Yeah, I feel like doing it for the first time is a good idea typically. Simply so that you've done like your part. Then like, for example, like if I'm playing through a game for the second time, I might not actually explore every nook and cranny of the game because I'm like, well, I don't want to do that part. I don't care about this part. I'll just rush to the end or something. That is the similar thing. Let's see, Janam says, I remember having a level 81 Elementalist? That Black Mage? Oh, Thaumaturge, right? In Holminster one day, and they were surprised to learn about this crystal job thing. I had this one time when I was leveling up all my jobs in the start of Endwalker, a run in Vanaspati where I had a rogue in my group. Like, right at the start, everyone was like, why are you a rogue? And the thing is, the player that played the rogue was like, huh, yeah, you're right, apparently I'm a rogue. Huh, strange. And then they didn't address it for the rest of the dungeon. They were just like, well, I'm a rogue now. The weirdest part is that when, at times in a boss fight where you would normally like press your damage cooldowns, they would press stuff like a Bloodbath and True North. And I'm just sitting there like, buddy, you only have Aeolian Edge. This Elementalist is the French for Conjurer. That is even worse. Like, if it's a rogue, then yeah, it's going to take a bit longer, but at least your healer and your tank is going to be fine. But if your healer is a Conjurer, and presumably if they don't even know what a job crystal is, I'm sure they haven't done their job quests or class quests, so would they even have Cure 2? Was it just Cure 1 spam? Oh man. That sounds like a long dungeon. And yeah, the Paladin quest line, by the way, the Paladin quest line is notoriously bad, according to most players. The Gladiator part feels like more like a Paladin story, I've been told, whereas the Paladin story actually sounds like a Gladiator story, and then you get to Heaven's Ward. the legendary moment when you are supposed to unlock Royal Authority, where one of the NPCs themselves go, ah yes, of course, that makes sense. Wait, no, that doesn't make any sense. That is ridiculous. Like, what? Like, when your actual characters in the story go, that's stupid, then you know you've gone off the deep end, right? They would have cured too. Oh boy. I don't know if I would have taken the penalty. With the rogue, we did the dungeon. I was just so baffled. Like, I was genuinely surprised that the person didn't just like take the L and leave for everyone else's sake, right? Like, sorry guys, I did the bad Q thing. You should get a person that was actually prepared and just hop out, right? Because that rogue seemed, they seemed more like, huh, yeah, weird. I'm apparently a rogue. I wonder how that could happen, and then just didn't address it. Like, it was so strange. Though Zero remains unconscious, she appears otherwise fine. Insofar as I can discern, at any rate, being part Voidsent, her physiology may be rather different from ours. Let us observe her for a while as we discuss our next move. Self-sacrifice from group finder randoms? Surely you jest. Fair point. Fair point. But hey, you could hope. Unless you're doing a class run. Please put on your drop crystals. That is actually an interesting subject that I was just thinking about talking about. Just a moment, and I'll touch on that. Nikolaus says, I agree with you. Today I finished the Paladin quest up to level 60, and I didn't enjoy that much the story until those levels. That's fair. So, the thing that I wanted to talk about with class runs is, did you know that there is technically a speedrun category in speedrunning the A Realm Reborn story? So not the post-game, just up to and including, what's it, Porta de Cumana at this point. And then the fight that's after that, like, just reach the credits for the first time. That is a speedrun category that is, like, actually competed in by some. Now, the reason I mention this in relation to class runs is because now you might be surprised to find, but what do you think would be the most efficient way to speedrun it? I believe the prevailing strategy is to do it as a conjurer. Primarily because your damage doesn't suffer, like the party's damage doesn't suffer as much from you not having most of your toolkit. Because now you will not be doing your class quests, and you will certainly not be unlocking White Mage, because that takes far too long. You're going to reach level 50 as a conjurer, and I don't know if the strategy just continues as a conjurer, or if whether you switch to samurai or red mage by that point. I would say, like, if you were to go beyond, I would probably say switch to samurai or something, because samurai is actually pretty strong at level 50, and like, you do one quest and now you're level 50 with a full toolkit with gear to boot. On the other hand, red mage might be a better fit because the gear might work better, because usually the mage and healer gear is the same on the accessories in low level, right? Gilano says, but don't you get different timing depending on your starting city? Exactly, I believe Gridania has the shortest story. Another reason to play Conjurer. But yeah, I believe Conjurer gets nothing from the level 15 quest because Fluid Aura has been deleted. I think they get like Presence of Mind from the level 30 quest. So you have like just the bare basics of what you need to be able to play. Now, my perspective on this is because the speedrun category was actually implemented before duty support exists. So in my perspective, I would say nowadays it would only be fair if you run everything with duty support when doing the speedrun. Both because otherwise you could get a faster run because you're lucky, but also because those 3 randoms don't deserve that conjurer that has not done a single quest that they didn't have to. You know what I mean? Like, it's only reasonable that, oh, well, you play solo because you can. But yeah, I thought that was interesting. I have looked into it because I thought it might make for a fun stream. However, I believe the fastest run is like 10+ hours still, so that's a long stream. I don't jest, and don't call me Shirley. How long do you suppose she will remain this way? I don't know, man. I haven't the faintest inkling, nor can I say whether the ether we can afford to share will be enough to awaken her. It would be best to take her back with us to the source. There, she would be guaranteed all she requires. Enjoy lunch, K-Black. Zero cannot give her consent, but it seems we have no choice. The alternative would be to leave her here, defenseless. Should she later desire it, we can bring her home. Caetsu, might I ask you to hold on to Barbaricia's memoria? It may yet serve a purpose.
Oh, what happened to her?
You have business with Zero?
We have a newcomer, a former minion of Barbaricia. Let her know when she wakes, will you?
Barbaricia's minion. Why not go out and find this newcomer, so we have something to tell Zero, if nothing else? Indeed. May I trouble you to join me, Caetsu? With luck, we might learn something of Golbez. Orion said, let's see, Ymir says my best time was 2 days. Like to beat the Our Realm Reborn story. And Orion says, I already have 2 days playtime on my Bun out. And she's in post-AR quests now. Also level 50 Warrior and White Mage, 61 Gunbreaker and Grand Company squadrons unlocked. That's actually quite a lot. Level 60 Warrior, even better. So the thing is, if you're speedrunning, consider this. You need some amount of company seals to actually unlock mounts. Which means that you might actually go, well, maybe I can just use the Chocobo Porter. Maybe I don't need a mount. Because it might save you more time to not go out of your way to get a mount, compared to taking the time to get a mount, right? Like, getting the mount will save you some travel time, but how long does it take you to get the mount? Of like off-roading. And if you have like, but you need a mount, you don't need a mount. There's a reason some players reach like level 50 without getting a mount. I'm pretty sure it's optional. Actually, that is correct. Someone reached like the end of the story without, like, someone reached the end of the story without ever tuning to an Aetherite, I believe. I think? You get a mount from joining Grand Company. No, you don't. You actually have to rank up to get that. To get the mount license. I remember we had to go out of our way to do that on this character. You need to buy the voucher. Yes, and if you go full laser focus main quest, you will not actually have enough company seals to buy the voucher. I can't remember if you have to rank up, but you had to buy the voucher, and Smol Kai could not afford the voucher. We actually had to go out and do fates or something to get some company seals to buy it. Which is why I'm saying there is a chance you wouldn't be able to get the voucher, and the question is whether it's worth doing.
You're the ones who filled Barbaricia. I won't make trouble. I'll obey, so please let me stay.
If you would obey, then tell me all you know of Golbez.
There isn't much I can tell. Only the Archfiends are allowed into his domain. Wherever it is, none but they know.
I see. No better way to guard oneself than keeping out one's location secret. How does Golbez communicate with his minions afield?
He has these scepters, staves, whatever they are. He uses them to talk to those far away.
Not unlike link pearls, at least in function. That will be all. My thanks for your cooperation. My thanks to you as well for affording me the time. I'm satisfied, so let us rejoin the others and head home. That is true, Tracy, that you get some, but I explicitly remember that we could not afford the voucher. I know that. I don't know how that would happen if some people get enough, but we didn't. And I don't think we spent it on anything else. I trust you understand that once we leave the 13th, we will not return until we are prepared to resume our search. Knowing this, are you ready to depart? Mm-hmm. Let me just see here. Actually, you might be right, but it's a little weird. Because I know for a fact that we couldn't afford it. So according to Console Games Wiki, you're given 300. You're given 300 for joining your grant company, and you need 200 to buy the voucher. But I know that we couldn't afford it. However, it wouldn't be the first time that I completely made a mistake there. Like on the very first episode of Rewind Replay, I believe we spent like 30 minutes doing class quests because we got stuck due to the quest where you're supposed to buy a hat. Because I thought we were supposed to get a full set of equipment and not just a hat, because I didn't read the quest right. So it wouldn't be the first time that I messed it up. Back to Troya then, and thence home. How strange. Yeah, then you're probably right. I just don't know how I messed it up. I'm pretty confident I didn't buy anything. You're given your first mission where you meet Biggs and Wedge. Oh, then I think I know what happened. I probably... Is this voice acted?
You're all safe. Thank the sisters.
I think what then happened is that I went, well, we don't have enough seals to buy the voucher, and then I immediately went out and got enough seals to get the voucher instead of doing the main quest. That is a possibility, I think. Because I distinctly remember having to go out of my way to get seals to buy the voucher.
A moment while I close the gate.
And that's true, if you both have done like 3+ characters, you would know better than I do whether you get those seals or not.
There. We may rest easy for now. Was there any trouble? I expect some void scent slipped through.
A few did, aye. But we were ready and dealt with them without incident.
That is well. I cannot thank you enough for your vigilance.
Yes, you're grateful. But aren't you forgetting something more important? You know, the polite but warm formalities one delights in hearing when their little brother returns from a long journey.
Indeed, you are right. It is good to be home again, among those who I love dearly and missed so much.
And we are glad to receive you, Vashan. Welcome home.
Chambers have been prepared for your use at Megaduta. Let us take Zero there at once.
But yeah, you know what? I'm sorry that I said that you were wrong. You're right. I was probably just too hasty to try and get the seals, so I completely forgot to read my main quest and see that it was like, oh yeah, by the way, you get like 300 seals for this one. You could use it to buy your mount. And I'm just there like, oh, side quests. As I said, Classic Mentor. I don't think this is Classic Mentor. I think this is Streamer Brain. Ryan says, any tips for multi-job leveling? If you have the main quest, then do that. If it's on your main where you don't have the main quest anymore, my advice is the clan hunts. You know, there's technically ones for Realm Reborn. There's also ones for Heavensward, Stormblood, Shadowbringers, and Endwalker. They give experience, but the amount of experience they give corresponds to like the level they are in. Except a Realm Reborn, they just suck. Don't do those. Not only are most of them just annoying and they give no experience, but most of them require, or some of them require a fate to spawn to actually do it. No point doing them. They don't give valuable rewards. But yeah, if you can segment out your jobs so that you have one in Heavensward level range, one in Stormblood level range, one in Shadowbringers level range, and one in Endwalker level range, you can get, relatively speaking, good XP for those jobs by doing them with appropriate jobs. Naturally, if you can do a Shadowbringers clan hunt with a job in Stormblood level range, they will get the same XP, so they would actually get, relatively speaking, significantly more, but it's more like the job that can access Shadowbringers stuff will not find this Heavensward stuff very valuable, right? It's hardly worth it. Might be better to just do a Shadowbringers fate at that point. So if you want to level a lot of jobs, space them out like that. The second thing is, as Levin mentioned, tribes are also good. Now the key thing is that you can only finish 4 sets of tribe quests per day, so... And there's, I don't think I can check them here, but there's multiple tribes, so there's one combat tribe in Endwalker and one in Shadowbringers, and then I believe there's... Is there 2? I believe there's 2 in Stormblood and Heavensward. Again, the Realm Reborn ones suck, don't bother. They're only there for actual reputation grind. They don't give good XP. But as there are 6 combat tribes, the best you can do is do the 4 highest level ones. So if you have a job in the Endwalker level range, do the Akasudara one. If you have one in the Shadowbringers level range, or you don't, but you have the Endwalker one, also do the Pixies, and then just go down from there. And if you don't have an Endwalker one, if you don't have a job that can pick up the Endwalker ones, you just go down the list and go and grab the highest level ones you can get. So it's Akasudara, Pixies, what are they called? The snake people and the turtle people. And then there's the insects and the thick birds in Heavensward. The rest of them are crafter or gatherer, so those are not super significant unless what you mean is level that. But yeah, so you would like, if you, depending on what you have access to, you should do Akasodara first, and always first. The reason is if you have a rank up, like if you haven't maxed it out, sometimes you get double quests. So like you can get 6 quests with Akasodara in a single day, and then you do the pixies, and then you go down and do the Stormblood ones. And the only reason you would actually go down and bother doing the Heavensward ones if you literally don't, like if you're not high enough level to do the Endwalker ones with the job you want to level. Which, if you like space it out, so like you're using some quests for one job and some quests for another job, as you said, multi-job leveling is what you said, Orion. You might be able to make it like a flowing motion so that you keep jobs in every section as best you can. Eventually you'll run out of jobs that get very much value out of Heavensward, but it's still better than nothing if you're like queuing for a dungeon, because that's the next part. Because my recommendation is that while you're doing all these open world stuff, tribe quests and clan hunts, you queue for your dailies with a DPS, specifically a DPS, because the queue is going to be longer. If you run out of open world stuff, so you only have like fates left to do to pass the time, you can either do fates and just continue as you were, like going through the roulettes, queuing as a DPS. Or you can switch to queuing for the roulettes with a tank or a healer to like speed it up. If on the other hand somehow you run out of roulettes before you run out of open world content, I would say you could you can queue for the highest level dungeon you have access to with the DPS. But otherwise, like when you're down to only fates, I would say that is when you start to like spam the highest dungeon you have access to with a tank or a healer, like just to like if you still have more time. So like there's a lot of ways to go about it, but like that's how I did it. That's how I did it back in Shadowbringers. In Endwalker, I only used like the Endwalker bit of this guide. Like I would do Stormblood tribes actually, and I would even sometimes do Heavensward clan hunts just to pass the time. Orion says, with my Gunbreaker already being level 61 and my MSQ being at A Realm Reborn endgame quests, should I focus on doing those quests as a level 50 instead? The A Realm Reborn quests, the post-game quests give hardly nothing. Like, they hardly give any experience. So if you want to keep, like, if you're going to be just playing Gunbreaker, you can do that. But if you want to keep another job up to date, it would be better to, like, use the job that is closest to the MSQ level, but still high enough to do it, that you want to keep up, so that it doesn't fall behind, because the instant it falls behind, it's going to be really tedious to catch it back up, right? Oh, there's Yumia. Mistress Chaiji, we have been expecting you. If you would follow me, I will show you to the guest chambers. Sweet, guest chambers.
Our mission took many an unexpected turn. I am relieved that we have all returned safely. But before you all enjoy the rest you have earned 12 times over, I would consult you on one last matter.
Zero.
While she appears none the worse for wear, she remains locked in slumber, and I cannot help but worry. Is there aught we can do to expedite her recovery? If her ether is exhausted, perhaps I can share some of mine now.
In the wastelands of the 13th, one can only replenish ether by taking it from others. be it by trade or by force. In contrast, the source is rich in ambient ether. Simply being here and drawing breath, Zero will absorb what she needs.
Then we need but wait?
I believe so. She will awaken in time, and when she does, give her something to eat. Judging by her form, she should also be able to derive nourishment from food. I know you promised her your ether, but perhaps she might appreciate fine Harnish cuisine more.
Food can certainly be arranged.
She looks like any other person. Unsurprising, perhaps, given that she is only part Void Sent.
Zero said before that Xenos had altered her essence. A change wrought, I suspect, with the power of darkness. It acted upon the part of her that is void-sent, rendering it dominant. Thus, we were able to reverse it with the power of light. I labor to believe that Xenos possessed such arcane knowledge. In all likelihood, it came from Fandaniel. Were Zero wholly void-sent, I doubt the crystal would have had an effect on her. One might say that Hydaelyn had a hand in your meeting.
It is no exaggeration to say that Zero has proven herself invaluable. A boon from Hydaelyn herself. Her cooperation may come at a price, but whatever it is, I am willing to pay it. Exhausting though it may be at times.
See. Ryan said, well, first of all, hey Asian, how are you doing? Asian. Ryan says, I'm trying to make optimal use of Road to 80 to get all jobs leveled. Then I would say make sure to do the leveling roulette with any job that is below level 50 every day. Why? Because you need to get them to level 50 so that they can do other roulettes and do other stuff. As I said, the A Realm Reborn clan hunts suck. The A Realm Reborn tribe quests suck. So you need them up to level 50 plus so they can start accessing other things, right? Yeah, so that would be my first suggestion. You will probably have a lot of days before you'd have finished that if you want to make maximum use of Road to 80 for everything. Also, what really confused me during that cutscene is that the Gosetsu Final Fantasy XIV here normally does not mention my channel itself in the list that it gives. So it said Zepla HQ, MTQ Capture, Arthur. It actually made a misspelling. I'm pretty sure he's named Arthas, isn't he? Savix, Matsui Sekai, Asmongold, Pegasus, and then it said Caetsu FFXIV, which is not this channel's name. But if you Google Caetsu FFXIV, my channel is, as far as I know, the one that shows up. If you YouTube search it, that is also the channel that shows up. But what confused me is that I was like, is there a channel that uses my name like that? Or is there a channel that just so happens to also be named Caetsu that also makes Final Fantasy XIV content? So I tried to look it up, couldn't find anything. which is probably good. But weird that it said that. Amy asks what mandible weapons to make there next. If you don't like Reaper, I would say Warrior, but if you haven't played Warrior in 3 months, then maybe if you play Dancer, then you should make Dancer. Asian says, are you able to get a friend to ship you to a level 90 zone and get fed XP? No. Only if you actually have access to the level 90 zone. Cosette's slipping up and his Z key is still broken. Oh yeah, true. Scholar might also be good, Ymir, but I thought you had the Scholar book for second or third job. That's true. I think Orion's... Hey, I don't think the XP from doing that would be very helpful. The reason why it works for Blue Mage is because Blue Mage has like an extremely inflated XP gain from mob kills. Specifically, normal jobs don't get nearly as much experience from it, as far as I know. You could try it. We could try it at some point. Smol Caetsu side quest. Can you boost someone? Is that a thing? I'll just wait until the next step comes out for the relic weapons. You could also just buy the materials to upgrade a weapon and just keep it until you figure out which weapon you want. Like if one day you go, I feel like playing warrior, you can go, oh yeah, I can upgrade my warrior weapon. Or I can make a warrior weapon even. If I may excuse myself, I wish to pay a visit to the High Crucible. While the scales functioned admirably, it would be prudent to have them inspected for signs of degradation. By all means, I shall do the same for this vessel.
Then I'll go and meet with the soldiers. Share with them what I learned fighting Voidson in the 13th.
Both of you, my friend, have you any immediate plans? Nothing in particular. I'm just worried about Zero. In that case, might I trouble you with a small task? I wish the food ready for Zero when she awakens, you see. Would you be willing to go to Mary's Main and ask for suitable refreshments? Excellent. In the meantime, Nidana shall watch over Zero. She's already en route. Let us each then tend to our respective businesses and reconvene anon. What do you mean, Ymir? I think it's hilarious that basically every patch there's a cutscene where you eat something. Most patches, at least. Can't remember if it's all of them. I think it's all of them. But yeah, what do you mean, Ymir? We've been doing the 6.2 stuff this entire stream. We started in 6.2. And this is still 6.2. There's like this and one more quest left before we reach 6.3. Welcome to Mary's Main. Please make yourself comfortable. Can you even see me over the counter? What? A guest of the satrap has collapsed from hunger? Of course I would be happy to help. You need only tell me what you desire. A modest quantity of a living mortal's ether should suffice. I'm afraid we don't serve that particular delicacy. If I may, I would recommend something gentle on the stomach, like these apples here. They've just come in, and I can guarantee their freshness. Afterwards, once your guest feels better, she's welcome to sample whatever else we can provide. Just let me know. That is true, Hazian. The only choice you're making is how weird you want to be to Mereed here. Like that's the only choice you're given. How much do you want to weird her out? It doesn't matter what choice you pick because you're only going to get apples. You know, I mean, there's 2 quests left. We haven't had the the whole thing where they go, where they have the like fade to black and then stuff happens. Yet, I want an ether drained steak. Yeah, don't worry, Ymir. I had like a list. I have like a list of quest names, so I wouldn't accidentally start the next set. I would probably ask if we get to it, and we probably will. Ah, welcome back. Lest you worry, Mistress Nidana has been taking good care of our guests. Yeah, and I'm getting taken good care of myself, as you can see. Ymir giving me head pats. Will you be joining them now? Yes.
Light. Is this an inn? What happened? How did I get here? There's no time. I must rejoin the battle. I must...
What battle? You fainted when the battle was over.
Oh, you're awake! Wonderful! Ah! Ah!
What is this? Some sort of fiend?
A fiend? Where is it? Where? Ah, but this is no time for jokes. You're in the source, my dear. The world next door, so to speak. The others brought you here after you collapsed. I'll fetch them at once. Wait, just a moment.
I took the liberty of arranging refreshments. I hope you find them as flavorful as they are invigorating.
This isn't what you promised. I suppose ether is ether.
Wait. Don't tell me you don't know how to eat?
Sure, I know how to eat. With my hands. Do you eat with a knife and fork? No, I eat with my mouth. Zero eats with her hands. The ether-drained apple. I don't think it would sustain you very much. So, hey Coco, how are you doing?
I took what I needed from it. What's the problem?
Lemon says this is also how I eat apples to the age. Yeah, it's much easier that way. Zero needs to touch grass. I don't know if she should touch grass. She would just eat that too. Little did y'all know I'm also part voidsent.
Where's the enjoyment in that? You're supposed to bite, to chew, to savor, and then swallow. That's the way. So, did it taste good?
I don't know.
The long years without eating may have dulled your sense of taste.
And in case you're wondering, yes, they did actually make a model with a bite in it.
Well, we void scent have no need for such when consuming others. There are some who speak of taste when describing the quality and affinity of their prey's ether. But I loathe the act. Taking ether in small amounts like this is one thing, but diluting my essence, diminishing myself, I'd sooner die.
Coco says, I forgot to take... What is silly pills? Good that you had breakfast.
And I have died, countless times.
You have? But what happens when you do?
Not much. After a while you return, together with all your expended life force. The important thing is to die where others won't devour you.
Amazing! My peers who study immortality and resurrection would be most interested in this phenomenon.
The question of taste aside, I am glad that you are able to partake of food like us. I dare say it agrees with your personal preferences.
That's true. You can keep giving me the same on a regular basis.
Very well. As my guest, I shall see that you do not want for comfort. And one other thing. We brought you to our world without your consent, and for that, I apologize. If you wish it, we will return you to yours once you have regained your strength.
It's fine. I have no reason to go back. Except for yours, perhaps. You intend to cross over again, I take it.
I do. I have yet to find my sister. I want nothing more than to rush to her aid, to find this Golbez and free her from his clutches, if he still holds her captive.
Though if our recent experience has taught us anything, 'tis that the 13th is more dangerous than we ever imagined. Caution must be our watchword.
Better late than never. In the short time you spent in our world, you left a trail of chaos in your wake. You managed to return in one piece this time, but don't assume you'll be so lucky the next.
Rest assured, we will make no assumptions and spare no preparation.
She's intentionally, specifically only munching on this specific bit.
Speaking of which, while we rest and ready ourselves, I ask that you tell me more about your home. In return, I will tell you about ours. I will show you my domain, Radzet-Han.
Again, a stranger in this strange land. I have a condition. You must come too.
You have my thanks.
Stranger in Paradise. A little bit of a different character, isn't it? This world is brimming with ether. I feel invigorated just standing here in this breeze. Coco says time to queue for Sword for the 3rd time. Did you not get through Tower of Sword yet? Did it cause problems? Glad am I to hear that. So, is there any place in particular you wish to see? Hat tip? Perhaps where that food came from. Apple, was it? Well, I don't expect I'll collapse again. It would be good to know where I can procure more if necessary. Mary's Main it is then. I shall introduce you to the head waitress, Mealy. They're expecting you to just take the ether shot. I'm gonna wait 15 minutes for queue. That is a surprisingly long queue, but I get that. What did you mean by silly pills, Coco? Is everything alright? This is the place. The air is different here, and I speak not of the heat. There's a texture to it, a fullness, unlike that of elsewhere. You smell the cooking, I believe. Anish cuisine is quite fragrant and delicious, I hope you will agree. Just silly little pills. That's okay. If you don't need your silly little pills, then I think that's a good thing. You said you had breakfast. And that's what we talked about yesterday. We could attempt to introduce Zero to Myriad herself, but Myriad is more likely to be available. Welcome to Myriad's Main. Greetings, Myriad. And may I introduce you to Zero? She's an esteemed guest, and I ask that you see to her meals during her stay. Ah yes, Myriad has told me all. Please come to us whenever you're hungry. We'll look after you. It was here that Caetsu obtained the apple. While the palace cooks can prepare whatever you desire, it is certainly a quick and convenient food. I'll remember it. Who are the ones here, moving their bodies about? Is it for some ritual related to eating? The dancers. They move their bodies to bring pleasure to those who are watching. It's a form of entertainment, part of our culture. How needlessly complicated. We Voidsent prefer simpler pleasures, like eating each other. That's maybe the way of it now, but your world, too, must have had such complicated diversions once. I don't remember. Well, let us move on. I propose we visit Baljan Bazaar, where goods the world over may be found. Lemon says if silly pills are what I think, you take certain ones too, then missing them isn't good. It depends on the person, I think. Like, some kinds of those kinds of pills, you might not necessarily require them. Like, you take them if you need them, but you might not, like, at some point you might not need them. So if Coco didn't feel like she needed them, then maybe she didn't need them today. I don't know. Like, I know my mother has her own pills that she needs to take sometimes. And she doesn't do well if she doesn't get them. You need to take every day, then you should probably take them. Now that you remember that you should take them. What are all these things for? What do you do here? This is a marketplace, where people buy and sell goods. Since its earliest days, Ratsatan has served as a trading hub, and here you'll find not only local products, but wares from distant lands. I should mention that the vendors generally only accept payment in coin or tomestones. If there's aught you desire, I shall take care of it. So that's what tomestones are for. Voidsent returned with them on occasion, but I never knew their purpose. They struck me as useless trinkets, and I couldn't understand your obsession with them. On that subject, there appear to be no shops in the 13th. Do you never make bargains in which possessions are exchanged? We do, but rarely. We strike bargains when we want something done. If we desire an object, we kill whoever has it. I see. Your bargains may be likened to employment, I believe. I shall bear this in mind. With that, let us continue. I propose we head to the High Crucible of Alchemia. Hazian also says, they made one Applebite model and didn't want to make more. You know, it would be quite ridiculous if they made, like, a whole set of models of, like, an apple getting 1, 2, 3, 4 munches, but I could see the appeal given, like, how much effort they put into food in their cutscenes these days. Remember the legendary burger? Why, Master Vitra, how may we serve this? How may we serve you this evening? If you're here for your vessel, I'm afraid we're still tending to it. No, there's no rush. Pray take as much time as you require, and know that I have complete faith in your work. The High Crucible is home to the finest alchemists. They're the ones who created my bodies, and can provide you with healing as well. Now that I think on it, you weren't at all surprised when I changed forms. Were you aware of my nature from the start, that I was a soul occupying a vessel not my own? It's hardly uncommon in our world. When given the chance, many shed their bodies to claim stronger ones. Oh, you must be the rumored guest. We've been most eager to meet you. If you have a moment, would you care to stay for some tea? The sisters know we'd love to hear your tales. No, I've had enough food for now, and can always obtain more without the need for inane chatter. Now, no need to decline outright. I dare say you are tired, so let us save it for another time and return to Megaduta. If aught catches your eye en route, do not hesitate to say so. Coco says, need to take them in the morning, and in the evening I'll just take now when I go to bed. That's good. The important thing is, like, if you need to take them, then when you remember that you have forgotten, the best you can do is take them then. Right? I think. I'm not a doctor. Disclaimer, like, just imagine, like, a big disclaimer appearing over the stream, like, not a doctor. But yeah, remember to take your pills in the way that you're told you're supposed to take them. Some of them are bad to take in quick succession, but I think most of the time, if they're made to be taken like multiple times a day and they're not like depending on the situation they help with, they're usually made such that it is not life-threatening if you take them too often. Like if you take them in too quick succession, simply because the doctor cannot like trust a regular person with such a dangerous pill unless it's absolutely mandatory, right? Some sort of fruit. Pitiful things, though. I imagine you'd need to eat a lot to derive any satisfaction. These are mulberry trees. While the fruits are indeed edible, more important are the leaves, which we feed to silkworms. Without the creatures, we wouldn't have the silk to make our famous Thavnarian weave. Furthermore, the bark of the tree also possesses medicinal properties. You would be hard-pressed to find a more useful plant. Is that so? Aside from food, I wouldn't have considered any other purpose for it. Master Vitra! And Caetsu too! If it isn't young Murad, and that must be your sister, Yasra. Yasra. Is all well at the orphanage? Yes, Your Excellency. The other children are very nice, and we all look out for one another. Oh, just the other day, Estinian came to see us. Everyone was really excited. Ah, Estinian. Truly, Estinian paid you a visit. That is well. That is surprising. Is she a new friend? Friend? You know what that is? What? You mean you don't? She is a visitor from a faraway land, you see, and is still unfamiliar with our language.
Then we'll teach you. A friend is someone you like to play with.
Hat tip? Play with. Xenos seemed to be enjoying himself when he fought you. Is that the same thing? So Xenos? More or less. Basically. I see, but is having someone to play with so fulfilling? I still do not understand why. Why he traversed the great expanse? Why he risked life and limb for you? But I waste energy dwelling on such things. I'm not Xenos. I stand to gain nothing by knowing his heart.
I'm sorry I couldn't explain it well.
There's no need to apologize. The fault is not yours, but mine for failing to make sense of your words.
Well, we had better get back to our errand. Goodbye. It was nice meeting you.
Through Xenos, I thought I understood the ways of your world. But the more I learn of it, the more I realize how little I actually know. It's all so strange. Your behavior and your reasons, I find myself baffled at every turn. But the feeling is not unwelcome. I'm learning, bit by bit. It was the right decision to join you. I believe Zero's time here has been rewarding, and 'twas in no small part due to your company. My thanks for agreeing to join us. Come, let us return to Megaduta. And so, Coco got her Q. That's good. Hey, I'm getting heals. Thank you. I too love beating my friends. Well, that is what we call play fighting, I guess. Welcome back, Mrs. Chaiji. Will you be heading to the guest chambers? Apparently.
So, what are your impressions of Radzatan?
There's a lot of mortals.
There's a lot of people here.
Considering your origin, I can see why that might be your first observation. Though they would call each other people, I think. If you wish to know about our fair city, I should be glad to place a guide at your disposal.
No need. I'll show myself around. There's only so much about my home I can share with you in return, after all. While I remember some few tales of the past, I cannot speak to their authenticity. But if that is enough, then I will tell you of the events that saw darkness engulf our world. The Contra Memoria.
We are all ears. Please.
Well, you're not ears. You don't have those. But sure.
Long ago, light filled the world and all was at peace. But then the servants of darkness came, and they bequeathed a black art unto men. Channeling the power of hope and prayer, one could call forth fearsome beings known as Eidolons.
The Ascians. And these Eidolons are surely primals.
Then you have faced the same, and understand that when an Eidolon is birthed, strife follows. And in such strife, the weak are the first to suffer. When it seemed the world would be plunged into chaos, heroes appeared. They who were blessed with a singular power, the power to bind the ether of Eidolons within crystals known as Memoria. My mother was one such Memoriate, but in fighting to save many, she herself was touched by darkness, as was I.
And so you were born part Voidsent, before the world was overcome.
How exactly did that calamity come to pass? Did the Memoriates not triumph?
They did. They expunged the seeds of chaos and restored the peace, only to find themselves seduced by the darkness they had sealed. They spread the taint, transforming men into monsters, what you call Voidsent, and raised armies to wage new wars.
Not the first to be corrupted by power, nor the last.
Some defied temptation and held fast to the light. My mother and I among them. For years and years we fought, but it was not enough. And when our strength was spent, our bulwarks broken, so too was the world.
The flood of darkness.
The stars faded from the heavens as a pall black as pitch enveloped creation. Darkness raged unchecked, rending the very walls of reality. I was cast into the rift, and there trapped for what felt like an eternity. Until I came upon a crack. Tiny, infinitesimal, but enough for me to squeeze through. And find my world changed beyond recognition, into the lightless waste you saw.
So that is how you were able to escape becoming a Voidsent in full.
I suppose I should consider myself fortunate. Were I like most others, I wouldn't have lasted a day before being devoured. We, the lost, are better equipped to survive in a lost world.
A lost world, you say? I wouldn't be so sure. The 13th is still there, is it not?
What are you getting at?
To explain requires that we initiate you into the truth of the source and its reflections. Be warned that this will take a while.
And then she explained.
Then, unlike the worlds that have been rejoined, mine still...
The Oracle of Light prevented the first from being completely overcome. So the situation may not be completely identical to that of your 13th. But the fact remains that we were able to restore a measure of balance to a world brought to the brink of destruction. Which gives me cause to hope there may be a way to restore light and life to the 13th. Of course, these are only possibilities. I offer no guarantees. But having experienced what we have, I dare say we are more qualified than most to speak on the matter.
Wait, I don't understand. Why would you say these things? As if you mean to... But the sole reason you came to the Void was...
To find a dragon, aye. And in light of what we've seen, we'd be fools to strive for more. But we Scions, former Scions, begging your pardon, have a habit of not leaving well enough alone. And old habits die hard, don't they, my friend?
Restoring the light would serve our efforts to find and free Ashdaya. There is no reason not to try.
Do as you will. I have no desire to save that world.
Be that as it may, we will have need of your power when next we face Voidsent.
You know how it works. If you want my help, you must pay my price. And now that you've drawn Golbez's attention, it's going to cost you more. A lot more. I will consider this a deposit.
Anyone else kind of hungry right now? Oh, you just ate. Lucky. Though our time in the Void was short, we managed to ascertain that my sister yet lives, and it cannot be overstated how fortunate we are to have met Zero. But the greater blessing is nevertheless you, my friend, for your encouragement to embark upon my search anew, and your help in overcoming the challenges thus far. Dun 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 dun. Golbez and his minions will seek to stymie our efforts. Of this we can be sure. With you all at my side, I have confidence that we will succeed, that we will find and liberate my sister, and that we shall return home together. Food! Oh, but money though. Yoink. Yeah, chicken wings and nuggets. That sounds really nice. I like chicken. Meanwhile, elsewhere. With curry sauce. Nice.
First Scarmiglione, and now Barbariccia. Useless, the both of them.
'Twas no lie. They conspire with a Memoriat.
And their search for the dragon will lead them here. The war looms nigh. We cannot allow these interlopers to interfere.
If I may, my lord, I have a plan to eliminate them. In order to guarantee its success, however, I will require Cagnazzo's cooperation. Now there's sport to be had, then I'll play along. As much as I dislike following your lead, I have no patience for scheming.
Well and good to have confidence, but do not forget the cost of failure.
Rest assured, I will see the dream to fruition. Even should I be consumed by my own flames, I will pave the way for one and all.
Then I will trust in your oath and your plan.
We will give you cause to rejoice, my lord. This I vow. Ha ha! Some excitement for a change.
No sacrifice is too great. Even should my 4 archfiends be lost, I will not halt my steps. The prison of passivity is an obstacle to my cause, and so you must fall.
That looks like an Asian.
What irony that the blessed damned should set us free.
Well, it looks like an ancient, really.
As I swore so long ago. The gate lies open. At long last, my ambition shall be fulfilled!
Ta-da! Right, that was 6.2, I believe. Yep. So, the question then is, should we progress a little bit on 6.3 or should we do side quests? Given that it doesn't immediately start with a dungeon or anything, I wouldn't mind. Like, I'm like to either or, really. But it's up to you. I will start a vote and then I will be right back when I've started the vote. Right, I will be right back. Alright, I'm back. It seems there is a majority that says level Black Mage. We can do that. Mimir says, you know what we should do? We should queue for Shadows of the Hack. Smol Caetsu doesn't even have it. Was that a rat? No, this is the Watcher. It's a manatee. It's the Watcher. For reasons. And before we do that, we need a picture for our next thumbnail. Apparently, this is going to look very, very similar to last week, I suppose. You can do this one. We haven't used this one, like, in a while. Coco says, how come I've never seen him before? He usually appears in the breaks when I leave the computer. He's watching over you, so you're not mean in the chat while I'm gone. Ryan says, I thought we were the Watchers. You're also the Watchers. He's watching with you. And he's also watching you. You know, Vishan, you could smile for the camera. That would help. If I don't control where he's looking, he's literally just looking at me like, what? What are you doing? He's offline right now. Loading. Loading emotion. Emotion not found. Restarting. Reprogramming. There we go. Right. We had level 60 quest. We can get fire. We should get fire. We can get fire 4 specifically. We should do that. We can start with that, at least. There's a lot of people here. We do that, and then we probably have time for like leveling roulette or something like that.
Caetsu, your timing is impeccable. Just moments ago, Zaya Nelha approached me. He ran up to me, all fuss and flurry, and told me he had found the defined space of operations. He then departed before I could respond. It seems that he's headed to that base himself. Though the Defiance forces may well be weakened, it's utterly reckless to approach them alone. It's as though he has learned naught from the incident at Ishgard. We should waste no time in traveling to the Defiance Den. Before he left, Zaya Nelham mentioned that it was at the Burning Wall. I shall meet you there.
Oh, nice. Yeah, Smol Guy does not have something as fancy as a an optional alliance raid. At least not yet. Wait, where did you go? There you are. You can be on your umbrella if you like. It works for me. Yeah, that probably means that we will do 6.3 next week and then 6.4 the week after that, and then we'll be done, and then I'll need to figure out what we do on the streams after that. If we just like do side quests all the time. And the question is, what side quests? The advantage of these streams is that we can do something specific. Like we do like, oh, tonight we're doing Alexander or something like that. Which we would be able to do since we have level 60 Black Mage now. Oh, it's a solo duty. Oops, all side quests, exactly.
Zionel has nowhere to be seen. I fear he may have already fallen victim to the Defiant's destructive magics. We have no choice but to press on. If Zionel's intelligence was accurate, then Valdiv must be further down this road. Are you ready?
We're pretty well geared, I would say, yeah. Clink. It's a burn mage. Lemon says I've not done Alexander yet. Oh. Well, it's no requirement. So that's understandable. Like, you have no reason to necessarily ever do it. But I am surprised you've never been there. If that's what you meant. It's a strike mage! Mages on strike. Umia's mammy is, of course, Mary Poppins. Indeed. The thing that is specifically different with Alexander and Coils is that Coils is at a difficulty level where it's supposed to be like somewhere between savage and normal, and sometimes it's harder. Like sometimes it's actually savage and sometimes it's kind of like normal. Varies a bit, but for the most part it's more difficult than normal. But Alexander has a separate savage difficulty for each section. That helps.
Maldive, give yourself up. Your followers lay defeated. You have nowhere left to run.
There's no need for me to run.
I can make a pool.
Haha, the summoning ritual is complete. All shall congregate in worship of my might. I may not be powerful enough to rule this world alone, but with this void sent under my control, followers will flock from across the realm to kneel before me.
One void sent? One.
That void gate, it's colossal. Whatever could he mean to summon?
An imp?
Maldive, stop! Whatever comes through that portal, you'll never be able to control it.
Vargest, I summon thee. Present thyself and be bound to my will.
Vargest? That is an interesting looking void sent.
Perhaps it's now you who should run. Do you really think that the two of you can defeat me alone?
They are not alone.
Your evil plans end here, Aldiv.
Zaya, where were you?
Fool of a mage, you are lost to reason and shall be shown no mercy.
Prepare yourselves, Swah! Here we are, and at an end your schemes are, Swah! Caetsu, we are here to help, aid, assist, help.
Caetsu, Lalai, forgive my late arrival. I hope I'm not too late to make a difference.
No, you are inconsequential.
Barghest, don't just stand there. Destroy them. No, no, not me. Them. No. Bonk. Headshot. And now you. A sorry end, defeated by the very creature he summoned.
It ought come as no surprise. He was playing with forces far beyond his reckoning.
We can discuss it later. First, let's deal with this void scent. Thank you, Lemon. And thank you, Emir. For a second there, I completely forgot that I don't have Fire 4 yet. Like, I have everything else except that. Ooh, Thundercloud, wham! And Firestarter, wham! What? Oh boy. That paralysis is going to be very annoying. Thundercloud, head of thunder. Wait, no, not that. Do you have more heads, or was that it, Baggist? Wait, did I actually over-aggroed. We had a tank, but I managed to over-aggro somehow. I'm just that powerful. Bonk. Probably job skipped. He looked at his job quest line and went,
I don't want to do that, Swah!
and just went to the store like, hell yeah!
You could not have arrived at a better time. We thought you were lost to us.
Did you think I had rushed in alone? What man of a fool do you take me for? To think that I would repeat so grave an error? You did repeat it like 3 times. Heal.
For a moment there, I thought you might strike him.
But why? You are responsible for a great many deaths, and I have been tasked with bringing you to justice. I need you alive so that you may atone for your sins. You're too good to die. Well, you deserve worse than death, I should say. Caetsu, Lalai, I owe you my thanks. First, I must see to Valdiv's incarceration. But once that is done, I shall return to Milvaneth's sacrarium and thank you properly. Well, yeah, Lemon, the mistake is that he's a black mage. Actually, he wasn't even a black mage. He didn't have the crystal. He was literally just... Hey, wait a minute. He was just a thaumaturge. We just lost our sprout. Right now, we lost our sprout. This very instant, the game said, "Congratulations, you have proven your knowledge of adventuring and need no longer carry the title of New Adventurer. Novice, you have left the Novice Network." Ta-da! Playtime threshold win? Let's see, 12 days, 12 hours and 6 minutes. Yeah, that would actually be, that is exactly 300 hours of playtime. Well, there we go! Ta-da! Now we just have the Black Mage icon. And sometimes the Dragoon icon. Oh, fun. Oh, what a random time. I was like, did it have something to do with the quest? But no, wait, that was the 300-hour mark. We didn't manage to complete the MSQ in time, though. Unfortunate.
We too should return to Milvaneth's sacrarium. I'd hate to miss something as rare as a thank you from Zionilha. But first, you should speak with our Beastman companions. This is a valuable opportunity to rekindle our relations with them. It would be folly to waste it.
Well, they're up there. It's also just nice because I didn't notice when we lost our road to 80. So it's nice that we at least noticed losing the sprout icon. If I understand correctly, the requirement to lose your sprout is both 300 hours of playtime and also you need to reach Endwalker. I think it's both, and if that's the case, that makes sense, Coco. I'm pretty sure you've played significantly more than 300 hours, right?
To all fight together again. To all fight together again. It was a hard fight, but fun, enjoyable, satisfying, fun. Until we meet again, Caetsu.
Anyway, bye.
It is well the man who was brought to justice. I harbor no regrets. Caetsu, my friend, though we may be of different lands, the bond we share cannot be broken. I hope we can all meet again.
All killed. The evil black mages are. Done here. The soul's debt is now repaid. Anyway, bye.
Just walks off like that. Well, we rekindled the relation, so... Oh wow, that's a very pink bird. Virginity. I'm sorry to have kept you waiting. Waldev has been placed under arrest and is awaiting sentencing by the Patriarchs. Caetsu, thank you for all your help. The Book of Thal was amongst his belongings. Lalai, I entrusted to your care.
Are you sure? You've made your views on black magic very clear.
Our recent battles have shown me that black magic itself is not evil. It need only be used in the right way, in pursuit of the right goals. You've shown yourselves to be noble magi with pure intentions. I trust you to use the knowledge within this book wisely. That being said, I am a conjurer. Were I to witness black magic used with ill intent, I would not hesitate to take action. Even if it were you, Lalai, I would hunt you down without mercy.
Come now, Zaya. Can't we have any fun?
You do well to not forget that my order still considers your black magic forbidden. But if there were more magi like you, I hope this might become the first step towards a world in which both healing and destructive magics can meet on the battlefield, not as enemies, but as allies. A new outfit that we're not going to use because we already have better. We have Fire 4. We also have a new quest to do. Let me see, let me find Fire 4. Lemon says, did you choose Black Mage as Smol Caetsu's alt job because she's a Lala and Thaumaturge or Black Mage or Lala jobs? No. It was a vote. A long time ago it was a vote. I think the vote was like Warrior, White Mage, Black Mage, and Bard, if I remember correctly, because it was like, we need an alt job for side questing. It needs to be a role we don't have yet. And the vote, the one that I think actually maybe that Summoner was also on the list. I think. But Black Mage won. The reason why it won, however, I'm pretty sure was because people said, oh, well, it's a Lalafell, so it's funny. But it was a vote, just like how the reason why Smol Caetsu is a Dragoon is because the original vote was, I'm going to start in Gridania. You choose which job I start as. Which meant it could have been White Mage, Bard, or Dragoon. And the ones that won the vote, or the one that won the vote was Dragoon. If I remember correctly, it was kind of close. But I didn't choose it. It's just been so long that, remember, Smol Caetsu's journey started like 46 weeks ago. That was when we decided that we were going to play Dragoon. Right? Actually, we probably decided it 47 weeks ago. So it's so long ago that most of the people watching nowadays wasn't even there for the vote. If you've ever seen Pokeshack in the chat, I believe he was there for the vote.
Ah, Caetsu, I'm glad you're here. I would consult with you about a matter that has been gnawing away at my mind. Thanks in no small part to your efforts, the books of Thal have at long last been reunited in these halls, the long-lost secrets just waiting to be unearthed.
Though I have scarcely begun poring over the tomes, I have already made a most remarkable discovery. Each of the twin tomes contained a cipher of sorts, the meaning of which could only be deciphered when the two are referenced in tandem. I will spare you the details of how I unraveled the message, though it truly was among my finer moments, if I dare say so myself. At any rate, the words, once decoded, are most evidently an incantation, albeit one entirely unfamiliar to me. Beneath it was writ a simple directive. Heir to the dark arts, speak these words unto nulled reflection, that memories long forgotten may stir anew. As to what precisely these words are referencing, your guess is as good as mine. Still, Master Kukruka doubtless preserved the incantation and the accompanying message in his records for a reason. And if we are not the heirs to the art of black magic, then who is? So I trust I can expect to see you at Null's reflection, and do try to hurry, yes? I would prefer not to delay any potentially epoch-making discoveries any longer than necessary. I do believe that, oh yeah, Ymir did mention that this outfit looks kind of weird, something like that. The new Black Mage outfit we got, that's fine. We have never really been, like, it's actually like a first time thing that Smol Kai ever actually wore her job outfit. When we wore it into battle in the finale of the Endwalker story. Like, that was a first time thing. I believe Zip gave Smol Kai her raincoat outfit in, like, episode 2. Like in the second episode of Rewind Replay. So she's always just worn that. Oh, we have another solo duty. And that is all you need know. When I give the sign, you also chant the words precisely as I instructed. Understood? Now, Kaitsu. Whoop. It's a light. That light. You. Yes, you shall serve as the bringer of destruction. As for my vessel, ah, yes, that one should suffice. Whatever was that strange sensation? For a moment, it was as if a great fire burned within me, and then... Now, it is as if my very mind is being rent in two. This voice... That staff does not complement that hat very much, does it? Well, well, it feels good to walk the earth for the first time in 2 millennia. Seems that old coot proved himself useful after all. If he hadn't kicked it, I'd find him and give him a pat on the back. And what are you gawking at? You're a black mage, are you not? Surely you possess the common sense to recognize the woman who stands before you. Or will you be needing a hint?
some would call me Death's Handmaiden, but I always found that particular epithet so needlessly morbid. Though technically speaking, I am but manifestation of a memory. You may call me by the name I used in life, Shatoto, at your service. But I jest, of course. It's you who are at mine. I must say, what is it with black mages today and these unwieldy hats? Do they truly believe it makes them look more imposing, or are they merely compensating for something? In either event, I have no need of such adornments. Now that's more like it. Caetsu, was it? Of course it was. Now that we're on a first name basis, you'll have to tell me all about yourself. On second thought, let's skip that. Time is short, and to be quite honest, I don't particularly care. At any rate, as I might have mentioned, I am not the true Shatoto as she once lived, but rather a manifestation of her memory, my memory. Needless to say, that still makes me the most powerful sorceress currently existing in your world. You do well to remember that if you ever have a mind to cross me. Well then, now that we've gotten the pleasantries out of the way, what do you say we have a little fun? Prepare to be blasted into a gazillion itty-bitty pieces. A gazillion? Oh, come now. Must I spell everything out for you? I must know if you are sufficiently adept at the dark arts to help me forestall impending doom. And this is by far the easiest way to do so. Not to mention the most fun. Prepare for a world of pain. This is the most adorable battle of destruction you'll ever witness. Ow. 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 Mm-hmm. This is surprisingly painful. Am I supposed to be able to do this from like full to zero? Origins of Thunder. My astral fire state was about to run out, so I panic switched with transpose. I probably didn't need to do that. That's fine. Oh, I didn't realize that it wouldn't one-shot me. Ifrit extreme stacks, that is true. The same ones.
That has a hole in it. Isn't that, by the way, the exact same hairstyle that Yoshi P uses for his character? Not half bad. That painfully dull expression on your face had me worried, but I suppose you'll do after all. Do for what? Try to keep up, will you? I abhor repeating myself. Let me start at the beginning. 2,300 years ago, the greatest mage our realm has ever known, that would be me, compiled a choice assortment of the most potent offensive incantations and evocations into the school known as black magic. You still seem puzzled. I also devised a spell that would allow my memory to one day return. My reasons were twofold. For one, I simply had to see for myself how the art of destruction would be handed down eras after I had inevitably passed. For another, I knew that without my guidance, this realm would one day meet most certain... Oh, this won't do. I had thought the girl stronger than this, but... His eyelids have grew heavy, and my consciousness wanes. I suppose I'll just have to take a little nap. But remember this, my puppet of destruction. You have an important role to play in the battle to come. A battle that will decide the fate of your very world. Till next I wake, shirk not your study of the... shirk not the study of the art. Caetsu, where are we? It is as if I just woke up from the strangest dream. And yet, my every limb aches, as if my respite were more exhausting than the fiercest of battles. Did you, perchance, observe anything odd happen to me? I beat you. Aggressively, with fire magic, primarily. Also, here's your hat. Preposterous, or so most would say, but you have no reason to tell me falsehoods, and it would certainly explain the curious symptoms I find myself experiencing. Chatoto, the mother of our dark art, she who pursued the power of destruction to and beyond any limits that could be conceived, has her consciousness truly taken up residence in my own mind? It is no use. I call out, but she does not answer. Whether she slumbers or simply deigns not to answer, I cannot say. Well, with her personality, she would very well not deign to answer. If I am at something of a loss, let us return to the sacrarium and clear our heads. Mayhap the answers we seek will yet reveal themselves to us. The fate of your very world. I think we're good. Chatoto, I think we're good. I think we'll be fine, honestly. Oh, right. Sorry, Ymir. You're doing job quests. Oh, okay. That's very red. I'm afraid it's no use. I've called out to Chatoto within my mind time and time again, but I'm met only with silence. If only Master was still here, surely he could shed some light on the matter. After all, it was he that recorded for posterity the words we used to summon forth Chatoto's memory. Wait, that's it! Master himself may not be here, but his writings may yet contain the answers to our queries. It was within the statue of Null that the memory slumbered. This does not strike me as a mere coincidence. I believe that settles it. I will return to the tomes and see what knowledge can be gleaned, that we might prepare ourselves for whatever task awaits us. This holds for you as well, Caetsu. Whatever Chatoto's motives for returning to us, I cannot shake the feeling that ill happenings are afoot. I suggest you resume your studies with the utmost of urgency. Yes, we are very much in a hurry. Level 63. Right, anyone up for a leveling roulette? Anyone want to do a leveling roulette? Eating lunch. If you want to join, you can join. We just don't have a time to wait a lot of time. Orion says I can gunbreaker tank leveling roulette. Well, if you're eating lunch, Lemon, we could take Coco and Orion. How about that? Is that all right? I'm assuming Ymir wants to join. Maybe Ymir doesn't want to join. I don't know. Sounds good to Lemon. Coco is in a cutscene. Well, let me know when you are on, when you are available to be invited, Orion and Coco. Think twice, buddy. I don't even think once. Walmart Jesus. Smol Kai has finally grown up, Lemon. She is no longer a sprout, apparently. Apparently she has grown up. Surprising everyone. No one expected it to ever happen. And Q to travel to Alpha. Alright. How are you coming along, Coco? There's an actual queue for it. All these people who want to be on Alpha. Look at that Lalafell main with an appropriate Lalafell name. This dinner scene is taking a while. Oh, that one. Is it the one with the burger? Is it the one with the burger? It is the one with the burger. The legendary burger. Which does have a separate model for when there has been taken a bite out of the burger. When you realize that they have upgraded their food technology. It is not the last time you will see extremely detailed eating cutscenes in that sense. I still have the staff with the funny sound. Yep, we are still in Ul'dah. Hmm. We'll see how what jobs we can work with when we're all here. We would want to have, you know, a balanced team. Lunch complete. Well, in that case, it comes down to whether, like, I don't mind waiting for Coco. But if Coco actually would rather do more MSQ, then that's also fine. But it sounds like you finally got out of the cutscene. Just let me know when you're ready, Coco.
Launch complete. You must construct additional pylons. We require more overlords.
Well, it isn't helping Coco's MSQ stuff that that when finally she starts on it, I'm like, hey, you want to do leveling roulette? It's the speen. The speen. Whee! That Q is evil, huh? Oh yeah, Coco has White Mage. Do you want to go as White Mage, Coco? Like, is that the plan? Coco is Stick Mage. Heals just come out of the stick somehow. Magically. Oh, we can use this. And then we'll get like anything between, like, how many is it? 8 levels. Like from here to here? Oh, that's not bad.
It
Next time for low-level Black Mage. Where you don't have Fire 4. Imagine being able to cast while running, am I right? It could be worse. We at least have Umbral Ice 3 in my Sunken Temple. Like, at least we have Umbral Ice and Astral Fire 3. Do we even have... I don't think we have Fire Starter. Nope, no Fire Starter. That helps a little bit. And I don't have to watch for that. Oh look, loot. It does look like loot. We has loot. Hello, Iowa. How are you doing? We finished the MSQ we planned for today, so we're doing some side questing of leveling Black Mage a little bit. If you're confused how come we're in Sunken Temple of Khan when we're doing 6.2 main quest. Doing some troubleshooting. Oh, interesting. Very interesting. Yeah, I was looking here, like I was looking at maybe I should help with the ads, and then I realized that Umia's got it basically covered, no problem. Don't need my help at all. 14 keeps crashing on my PC, and I have no clue why after clean install. Yeah, that does sound really strange. My best friend said they had the game would crash randomly for them, primarily in cutscenes, and for them it worked to have a clean install. Like, that was the solution. So if it's still not working for you after a clean install, then I don't know where to begin. Have you updated your drivers? Sometimes that can help, I think. Sometimes. I don't know, usually when games like that are crashing, it's difficult to pinpoint what the problem is. In my opinion, at least. And here's the weird thing. It's only when I switch over to my gathering roles. What? The game crashes when you switch to a gathering job. Here's a fun fact. These ads are... Well, okay, Orion already knew that. These ads are skippable. But on your PlayStation 4, it's okay. That is very strange. And very specific. I don't even know what could possibly cause that. Oh boy. Had some big damage from these death claws and wall crawlers. No botany for you. I'm going to assume that you're not using that since you had a clean install and everything, but just to be sure, if you're using any mods or an unusual launcher or something like that, then it might be worth testing if it's still crashing if you use like the boring old normal launcher and stuff like that with no mods. Going through the Steam launcher. Okay, that does count as the regular launcher. That is the same. It's just some people use Fight Club to even launch the game because allegedly there's a superior launcher. But if the game is crashing, then reducing the amount of possible causes is a good thing. It could be I don't think it's a Steam thing. I don't think it's a Steam thing. If it is a Steam thing, I feel like it's usually like literally a launcher thing. Like it will actually break before you get into the game. So I don't know. No cause. I log into my character, loading screen, then crash. But only if you're like your character is a gathering job. Like if it's specifically a gathering job, you try and log in and it crashes. But if you're anything else, it's fine. And if you're in game and you switch to a gathering job, it crashes. Or is that it? From what I've gathered, yes. Okay, that is really, really weird. I have no clue how that could happen. Like, you tried removing your glamour and everything. So it's not your outfit. What? What? Yeah, I don't know. I don't even know. That is absurd. Yeah, I can certainly understand why you would feel a bit stumped in that situation. I have no idea, like, why it would crash specifically from being a gatherer. But also, even if we could find out why, I don't know what we could possibly do to work around it. Like, why would it do that? Like, when did it start happening? Like today? Did you have a Windows update or something? Like, I don't know. Maybe Windows did something weird and now there's like this specific line of code that it just can't handle. 3 days ago. We did a factory reset because of PC problems. And then this happens. Did you have problems with Final Fantasy XIV before the factory reset? And also, do you have problems only with Final Fantasy XIV, or are there other games also randomly like crashing for you and such? Only 14. Well, given how super specific the problem is, there is a possibility that other games also have trouble, but you just haven't run into the specific issues that cause them to crash, right? And it's a laptop, but I have it on 2 removable SSDs. A long time ago, well, a long time ago. Yeah, a long time ago. I had a laptop. I still have it, technically, but I don't use it very much. My laptop would just freeze. Like, completely freeze, so I had to restart the whole thing. Randomly. What turned out to be the problem was a faulty RAM connection. Like, one of the RAM sticks, question mark, were not doing, like, it was not performing correctly because it was the actual thing you slotted into was bugged. So we moved it, and I say we because my brother helped me. We moved both the RAM because we were blessed. I was blessed with a laptop with 4 slots, so we just moved both of them to the 2 unused slots, and that fixed the problem. Now, the thing is that the laptop was already messed up because I had attempted to factory reset it and it froze in the middle of the factory reset. So I had to do something about that, but hey, it fixed itself. So that is to say, could it be a hardware issue? It's such a specific thing, but could it be a hardware issue? Like, that is my best guess. That's all I have left for you. Like, that's my only suggestion. And oh, hey, Lemon's here. Right. Yeah, I feel like... So the thing is, I've had like three laptops that I have actually been like gaming on. And all 3 laptops eventually started having some weird jank with them in some way or another. Eventually. So after 2 years, it's not entirely impossible that it would suddenly do that. The laptop that suddenly had the RAM problem, I had for like at least 2 years, maybe 3 or even 4, when it suddenly started doing that. And it seemed like it was like, you can just throw this out, it will never work, because every second it is turned on, it might randomly just freeze. Can't use it for anything. And then you move the RAM, boom, no problems, ever again. Now, then I later bought a new laptop, but that is an entirely different story, right? So it is a possibility. It's not easy to fiddle around with hardware in a laptop. So if you're going to test that, I would suggest, I don't remember what the tool is, but I believe there's a tool to test your RAM specifically if they're in like having trouble. I believe you can test that. It's like if you have any way to test your different hardware, any way at all, it would be beneficial to test that first before you start taking it apart, so that you can save yourself some pain there. But I'm not a genius on hardware myself. I just use it. Right. Hey Coco, do you want to join for a picture? Ryan, are you sure you don't want to sit as well? You could come a little bit closer if you want. Summoner horn might be a bit intimidating. I love summoner horns, by the way. That's not what I wanted. Just random dude next to us there just yoinks my camera. The main reason why I don't use summoner horns much in my outfits is simply because I use role-specific outfits. Like, if there were summoner horns that were universal so that all mages could use them, I would probably have an outfit that could use that. The problem is specifically that I don't want to make a specific summoner outfit for that. That's very nice. I think that's really a really cute outfit. I think you can get, I believe you can get a dyeable version of it from PvP, which you can buy for, is that for wolf marks or the crystals? I can't remember. Anyway, do you want me to wait a moment so that you can also get your picture through, Ryan? I know that sometimes when you're visiting data centers, it can get a little weird with people actually staying. Like, you can freeze everything in a G-pose and then someone can just walk off the picture if they're a traveler or something like that. PvP scares me, but someday. Well, if you want to see some, if you need some motivation for PvP, or you find it a little scary, I have like a whole series of PvP streams, both Crystalline Conflict ranked stuff from a while ago, and frontline stuff with a lot of different jobs, like a bunch of different jobs we've done PvP on this channel. Like, if you're wondering why our Blade emote is called Whoopsie, it originated from the Samurai frontline stream. That is the reason that we invent, the invention of the Whoopsie comes from there. Frontline is difficult to master, but there is a huge amount of like randomness inherent in it, so you might not feel like you're a huge like you're not helping, because all you have to do in frontline to be helpful is like just run with the pack and try your best. That's all you can expect. A lot of players on each team are going to be that, players that don't really know much about PvP, but you have to start somewhere. So that's nice. But yeah, if you need some motivating... I'm going to go to the inn, by the way. I'll just leave here. But I'll go to the inn. Because we also want to round up this stream. But yeah, it's not scary. Like, if... The worst that can happen is that you lose, right? And just to put it into perspective, while my main account, I can't really show the PvP profile here because we haven't even unlocked it on Smol Caetsu, but on my main I have like 35% first place rate. So like, it's so close to like, oh, I get equal amounts of first, second and third places that it's basically random. I just have a very, very, very small edge towards winning with all of the matches I've had. And sometimes it feels like I'm still useless. I believe yesterday I did a frontline as Black Mage. I got I forget what it's called. The battle high completely maxed out, meaning I do 50% more damage. I was doing everything I could to push my team. I believe we got third place. I did everything I could. We still got third place. So there's only so much you can do. And you have to start somewhere. So if you think it sounds interesting, try it. If you're not super keen on PvP, then you don't have to. As I've said before, like we sometimes talk about on the stream, sometimes on the Discord server and stuff like that. If you don't like content, then don't do it. Like, don't do it. And if there's a reward that you want from it, then maybe the question is it worth it? Emir says, good night. Good night. We're also rounding up here in just a moment. There's urns here. I can stand on an urn. I'll stand on an urn. I've earned it. I did just say that. Surely I've earned that much. Orion says I've apparently done 34 front lines. Nice. They actually buffed front lines recently with 6.4. They added an additional daily series XP reward. So if you're interested in any of the series rewards, then doing frontline just once a day is plenty to get every single reward on the list. That is like a seasonal thing. The emote, mounts sometimes, glamours sometimes. All of that. Just do a frontline every day. And you don't have to win. You get third place every day and you will still manage to get everything. Orion says, my favorite is Onsal Hakaya. I prefer Seal Rock. The reason why I don't like Onsal Hakaya is because it's really like ups and downs, a lot of cliffs, and you might be thinking to yourself, why does that matter? Now, both Scholar and Black Mage have actions that get affected by this. So Black Mage has this spell called Super Flare, which detonates an effect from your fire and ice spells on everyone within like 50 yards, like anyone within eyesight, basically. But it has a height limit, and the height limit is like 3 Lalafells tall, so if anyone's like on a downward recline, you will miss them. It's really annoying, and now you might be thinking, but what about Scholar? Yeah, so deployment tactics, which spreads your dots, they also don't go downhill or uphill very well. So both of my favorite PvP jobs are hampered by the simple fact that Onsanakaya is like ridiculously weird with the height. But the battlefield itself is nice. Right, if you liked what you've seen on this stream, you might want to, and you like what you see on the channel, you might want to join the Discord community server, where there is a room dedicated to the weekly schedule, where you can see what's happening for the most part on the channel. There's also a room where I post whenever there is a new video, a new stream, whatever it is, I'll post there. There's also room to discuss anything, like discuss the game, discuss other games, discuss whatever you like almost. Including like a spoiler room for even that. So if you want to talk about video games, especially Final Fantasy XIV, it might be a cool place to be. And another thing is, I hate to ask it, it always feels so awkward, but if you liked the stream, then the YouTube algorithm actually really likes it if you click the like button as well. So I would really appreciate that if you don't mind. If you'd rather not, that's also okay. If you also didn't like the stream, that is of course also in your right. But yeah, tomorrow noon-ish, we have a mount farming stream where we will scrounge together as many of my free company as we can, and then we will do some Hades, maybe some others as well, if we actually finish that. And when we have everyone from the free company that wants to come, filling out the team, anyone watching the stream that has like a level 90 pretty much, can come along if they like, so that we can get like up to 8. That would be cool. Or we'll see how far we can get with the people that we have. I think that's everything. Yeah, we have some stuff next week, but I think we'll talk about that tomorrow. Thank you all so much for watching, and good night or good morning or afternoon, depending on where you are in the world. And that means the only one we have left to say goodnight to is Smol Caetsu. Did my stream crash, or did you get so surprised by what I just said? Oh, Orion says thank you for the stream. Thank you for watching. Good night to Smol Caetsu. And good night to all of you. Or good morning, afternoon. Or evening. Good night.